Welcome everyone. Uh, Thank you all. We got Two Gun Kitty Catnip Outlaw joining us this week, DM Foss, and
Woohoo!
we got the one percenter Rich White showing up. So we're gonna do a topic of welcoming new gun owners and how we can um, help them understand, the best techniques to maybe taking their firearm apart and stuff. Now we can't show it on live stream. We may break the rules.
Breaking the law, breaking the law.
Welcome, Vanessa.
Bunch of rebels.
Ooh, Vanessa is beginning week 3 in quarantine.
Ouch.
Gun toting pacifist has joined us. Gizzard Gary. There is a link in the chat. I have 2 more places available if you guys want to jump on. I sent invites out to Sarge and to Kingpin. Not sure if they're going to be able to join us or not. But let's go through, introduce ourselves. I'm G23, just starting to do live streams. This is number 4. And we've got DM Faust.
Hello.
He puts out a lot of good content, especially taking your friends to the range. And right now, with quarantine, I guess that's going to put a hurt on helping those videos come along.
Yeah, I had a couple people that wanted to go, but we got to wait till everything opens back up.
Then we've got Two Gun Kitty, the Catnip Outlaw, who's been just pumping out videos the last couple of weeks. What was it? 13 videos that you've done in the last 2 weeks?
Maybe not 13, but probably about 8 or so. I know I did a lot last weekend, but thanks for having me. Hopefully I can add a different point of view because I am a relatively new shooter and know what these people have gone through.
And then Rich White.
Hello.
Welcome. And you want to tell some people that may not know your channel what you're doing?
Just do a live show every week and, over on the Unloaded Media channel Sunday nights between 8 and 9 p.m. And then hang out on everybody else's chats because I got nothing better to do.
I see the gun-toting pacifist is out there commenting. So, Two Gun Kitty, what would be your number one piece of advice to somebody who has gone out and picked up a new firearm and may have never owned or even handled a firearm before?
Don't be afraid to ask questions. At least I know locally, pretty much every gun shop that you go into, everyone's really good with giving advice if you ask questions. I've never seen any of the horror stories you always see people try and make videos on. There's just a great selection of gun shops in town. So, asking questions is the most important thing. And then, try and look for information on your own by YouTube. That's what I did because I didn't really know what to ask at the beginning. So I, just kind of fished through a lot of YouTube videos, and you're gonna make some mistakes with purchasing things. Not gonna get the right holster, or maybe the firearm you bought isn't going to be the gun that you really enjoy shooting or carrying, depending on what you bought it for. But just being positive and seeking out information any way you can.
DM, what kind of information do you got for maybe the new people coming in?
YouTube is a great source for information. I'm relatively new at owning a gun. I've shot guns, yeah, but never owned one myself. And then decided a couple years ago it was time. I was getting a little older, a little slower, and so I started researching on YouTube and found the Yankee Marshal, and that he has a lot of good information. There's other people too, and that kind of led to other channels that had good information. Not everybody on the internet has good information, so take it with a grain of salt, but look around and you can learn a lot. How to clean your gun, what each gun is like. If you go to a range, a lot of ranges have guns you can rent, so you can try different guns to see what kind you might like. There's, I would say, take your time, don't rush, because that's the easiest way to make a mistake is to kind of panic and think, oh, I got to get this right now. Well, find what you think will work, and do as much research as you can. That's what I would say.
Good advice.
Ricks, what do you got on the topic?
Let's see. Well, one thing, and this might seem a little controversial to some people, but your firearm does not have to be so clean you can eat off of it. You don't have to be and be cleaning your firearm after every single round you fire. This is something that you see all the time in these videos. These guys got to clean your guns. You got to clean your guns. Yeah, you want to clean them every so often, but you don't have to be constantly cleaning them. Give them a little bit of lube when they require it, and for the most part, with modern firearms, you're going to be just fine. The only thing you have to worry about is if you're using unjacketed rounds that you might have lead buildup in your barrel. That's the main concern you're going to have as far as cleaning. A lot of people don't realize this, but carbon buildup isn't necessarily a bad thing. Carbon is actually a natural lubricant. So you get a little bit of carbon in there that can actually make your slide and action run a little better. I know, like I said, some people are going to probably like, oh my God, you say you don't have to clean your weapons. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you don't have to constantly clean them.
Yep. And then some people are being told, hey, you got to go directly clean your firearm and then lube it before you ever go out and shoot it. A lot of them, yes, but there are manufacturers that you don't. Glock is one where you can grab it straight out of the box, go to the gun range, and put 500 rounds through it, and then clean and lube it. I know there's others out there, Mossberg, their new 9mm that they have on the market. That one's so weird to take down. And so for a new shooter, I probably would recommend not going to that because of the multitude of steps to actually take it apart.
When you get a new pistol, the barrel's going to be a little dirty because they test fire them at the factory.
Yep.
Some manufacturers actually clean the guns after they test fire, so that's not always going to be the case. I know my Smith and all the firearms I bought new were all cleaned before they were sold. So.
One of the places that I've purchased from recently, they test fire all their used firearms that they take in. So, they'll give you the casing that they test fired with your purchase, so you can at least, see that they did it.
Yeah, I don't know if Ruger does this with all their handguns, but when my wife got her LCD, she sold because she didn't like. It came with a test-fired round from the factory.
Something that I think new shooters might want to look into is their warranty with their gun, and do they need to fill out a warranty card or go to the website to activate their warranty, or if they bought a used firearm, does the warranty transfer over? I think SIG doesn't. So I purchased the used SIG recently, so I had looked into that. But yeah, warranty information. I've had, and not just with firearms, with some of the accessories we buy. Some companies have really good warranty items. If you bought an AR and maybe bought some cheap iron sights, some of those companies actually have a pretty good warranty. I had one set that broke, and they replaced that pretty quickly. No questions asked. I sent them a picture. I didn't even have to send anything in. So warranties, looking into that, I think is pretty good for new shooters. I find a lot of the companies are really good with responding, handling their warranties.
Yeah, I have found that most manufacturers honor their warranties for the gun, not for who owns them. Some are pretty finicky, but I know Taurus, if you buy a used Taurus, it's still going to have warranties.
Not
on,
necessarily
on some of theirs.
Yeah, the new lifetime warranty they have, it's only good for the original owner.
Is it? Like Berettas, I think only have a 1-year warranty. That's the thing with some companies; they have a limited. One company actually had a pretty good warranty experience. Was Freedom Ordnance. I had bought their pistol caliber carbine FX9, and it was having problems with failure to eject. And contacted them. They said, send it in. I guess it had a defective bolt carrier, and the turnaround time was really quick. And then when they sent it back to me, they also gave me a YouTube link showing the test firing of it. That that they corrected it. I thought that was a nice touch on their part. So definitely recommend Freedom Ordnance because they back their product.
I can tell you, a lot of people, it's going to be controversial with them, but Caltech, they, I have the KSG from them, nice little home defense 12 gauge shotgun, and I got it used, and it was missing a on the front grip. It was missing the front grip, and so I went out and bought a Magpul vertical grip so that it makes it for easy. But I had got a hold of them and said, "Hey, I bought this used and it's missing it," and they immediately got one into the mail for me at no cost.
So I think that's real important is when they do the stuff quick. You hear horror stories of like say at Taurus. A lot of people always like to say, I guess they're slow, but I've had pretty good luck with companies when I've had little issues, responding quick and getting me a replacement or quick for little stuff that's broken.
So your KSG was missing the slide. Is that what you're saying?
No. So when you go to pump your shotgun on the KSG, you have the factory sends out a grip goes on the Picatinny rail, and it was missing the front grip that goes on there.
No, my son had a KSG. His did not come with a separate front grip. It just had the standard slide on it. It didn't have any angle foregrip or anything that came with it.
Yeah, mine, it just had the Picatinny rail. It had nothing, and so you're not going to grab a hold of that Picatinny rail to be able to cock it.
You
So
can.
well, you can, but I went out and I picked up a Magpul, the vertical grip, and I haven't looked back. I am gonna probably upgrade that to a vertical grip with a flashlight in the grip, so that I don't have to put any other flashlights or anything
Yeah, I don't like
anywhere else.
I'm not a fan of the Magpul AFG. That thing is just too small for my hand. It's not comfortable for me to hold that. Your results may vary, obviously, but for me, it's just not comfortable to hold on to those ones.
Something I just thought of for people just getting into firearms that they need to look into is, what are their local laws? A lot of them, because the gun stores are busy, may or may not have gotten a rough overview of what the local laws or maybe the city ordinance or county ordinances. Can you open carry? Can you conceal carry? Like, in New Mexico, your car is considered part of your extension of your home, so you can, even though you don't have a concealed carry license, you can conceal in your car. So I think finding out the crash course on local laws is real important for the new.
Yeah, that's definitely important because you'll get people probably. Well, I know California, they've been saying there's been a lot of people going out and buying guns in California. Most of those people probably don't even realize in most areas of California, you can't even carry a gun.
Right.
So, I mean, definitely know what your laws are in your area. And don't assume just because you have it, that means you got a right to go and carry it because you passed the background check. Depending on where you where you live, you don't.
And then you got to find out if you got constitutional carry, or do you require a permit to even open carry? Because some states require a permit just to open carry.
Right.
Some states require a permit to own it. But that's another story.
Yes.
My first experience, I was doing a delivery to a gun shop, and asking some questions while I was waiting for a check, and I was just amazed that I don't have to jump through all these hoops to buy a firearm. And that's what piqued my interest to finally go ahead and buy a firearm. There was a gun show coming up fairly soon after that, so I went, checked things out, asked questions about concealed carry courses, and but it's as a new person, you don't know, is it easy? Is it difficult? What hoops do you have to jump through or not jump through? Because coming from Massachusetts, I thought it was going to be very restrictive, and I was surprised that, oh geez, I don't have to jump through a lot of hoops here to do it. And so then I finally ended up buying my first one soon after.
Yeah, like I know here in Oregon, at least where I am, all you have to do is go to your local FFL and pick out your gun, pay your cash, hand over your ID, fill out your 4473, either paper copy or on the computer, depending on which one it is, and then wait for the response. And once you come back good to go, they like if you're at Sportsman's Warehouse or whatever, they'll carry the firearm to the door and then hand it to you as you leave. And I know Coastal does the same thing. You buy your gun, they walk you to the front of the store, and then you're able to, take possession of your gun.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same situation here, and kind of funny though. Like one of the gun shops, they have a lot of used firearms, especially with rifles. And, I just picked up a used SKS, and walking out in the parking lot with the gun exposed, and like you don't. at that point, I didn't have any worries. And as a new gun owner, I probably would have. But, you know, someone drives by in the parking lot, hey, what kind is that? You know, you get some dialogue. But, you know, you see here, the culture is in, I think it's a lot more open towards it. You know, if you buy at Cabela's, well, actually, I bought something at Cabela's. They didn't. They just handed it to me at the gun counter. I didn't have to have it brought to the front. I haven't bought from Sportsman's Warehouse. I don't know what their procedure is here. It's pretty lax with the handling of it once the purchase is done.
Oh, that's the way it has been for the little shop I go to. Is, you know, you do your paperwork, and then when it's all done and ready to go, they hand it to you at the counter, and then you can leave. And Cabela's is a nightmare to buy a gun from. I don't know if it's different in other states, but it's like 2-3 hours just to buy a gun from them.
I bought a Ruger LCR used there, and yeah, it was maybe 5-10 minutes more than a regular gun shop. It wasn't that bad here. The worst thing is they got those stupid little trigger locks on there, so you really can't, you know, handle the gun properly to see if you like the trigger or not.
I don't know. I used to like to go into their gun library and look at the used guns because they had, I thought, pretty good prices on them. But
Yeah.
the last time I went in to try and buy something, it turned out just to be a fiasco, and I basically told them to shove it. And I'll go there for ammo, but I won't buy another gun from them.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you can, you know, even with their used guns, you can actually offer them a little less than what they're advertising. You know, they might come down a bit on their used stuff.
Yeah, I kind of stick away from the big box stores, and I go mainly with, you know, our small stores. I do like to go to Coastal because at least at our Coastal Farm and Ranch, the guys at the gun counter are pretty knowledgeable, and they're always willing to BS with you and answer any question. And they'll take 4 hours talking with you if that's what it's going to take. I mean, yeah, they're going to help other customers, but, you know, they're going to answer any and all questions, you know, tell you what their opinion is, especially if you don't, you know, hey, you know, I'm thinking about an AR-15, never owned one. And they'll sit there and tell you, well, this one that we have is okay, but this one over here is a little better, you know, and they'll walk you through and, you know, kind of help you understand. And they're going to hand you every single one of the guns and let you hold them to see what you do like, what you don't like.
I think that's the joy of a good mom and pop gun shop, is that interaction. You know, like I just did a recent top 10 gun shops in Albuquerque video, and, you know, anyone in those top 10 could be someone's number one because of the interaction you have with the people in the shop. You know, we have a luxury here of, you know, great shops where there are so many good people working in them. Like you say, you could talk with them, pick their minds, have general conversations. You go in there frequently, they know your name, they know your face. You know, so it's good to get that personal touch, you know, frequent those small shops and get to know them, and they get to know you. And, you know, then you can kind of grow with them, I think, too. And they'll know what you like and what you want. And, you know, something used comes in, they might say, hey, we got this in, you know, what do you think about it?
Yeah, my main go-to is Waldron's Outdoor Sports around me. And, man, those guys are great. If they don't have it, they'll order it. I mean, even small stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Like sights, you know. I wanted a specific kind of sight, and I was looking at some TrueGlow TFX suppressor height sights for my G23 because I'm going to mill the slide and put a red dot on it. And, you know, they didn't have them. And a couple of their suppliers didn't have them. But I was able to find them on Amazon. And they were able to go, oh, wait, that's one of our suppliers that we used to do business with. So they got a hold of them and got them at a lower cost than what they were actually supposed to go for. So, you know, being able to do your...
Yeah, I've done that with one of my favorite shops where, you know, just little items that, yeah, a holster or something like that. You know, they didn't have it in stock, and you know, can you look for it? You know, so I've had them special order little items several times, and you know, it's nice that these shops would do that. Or, you know, they don't have a firearm. You know, well, can you order it? What, you know, what's it going to be costing me if you can order it? You know, so these small shops, you know, would bend over backwards to get what you want. They may not have it. That's why it helps to ask. And you know, new shooters probably won't know that you know, you can ask them. They can order it.
That's what I love the shop that I go to now, East County Guns in Centralia, Washington. Everybody there that works there is great. They're really nice. You know, answer any questions you have. When I order a gun, I'll usually look it up online. They don't have a large in-store selection, but I can look up online what they can get, and then I'll go down and then have them order it for me.
Yeah.
Even
Yeah, that's exactly like the place I go to, Right to Bear Arms. You know, they don't have the big handguns and rifle selection, but they'll look it up and order it for you if you want. And one thing they do that's nice, I'm not sure if many other shops do it, is they'll give a 5% discount to ex-military law enforcement. And U.S. Law Shield has got a big presence there, so if you get a membership with them, they'll get 5%. And they'll include that 5% on handguns, which most places won't. If they do have a discount, they don't apply it to handgun sales, but they do.
Yeah, like in the county that I'm in Douglas County in Oregon, and it is a major veteran area, and a lot of the businesses around here are bend over backwards for veterans, and so do our gun stores. I mean, if you're a veteran, depending on the store, you're probably going to get 5 to 15% off, you know, maybe a little more.
Yeah, so it's always good to ask because you know, some places may advertise it, but if they don't, you know, ask if they have it, and you know, they might have it, just not promoting it. You know, another thing for new gun owners that they're not going to know about that is the concealed carry insurance. You know, like U.S. Law Shield, USCCA, and it's not just for concealed carry. You know, it applies to home defense. You know, that's something that they might want to look at if they're worried about liability.
Mr. F&H brings up another good point. Sometimes with your smaller stores, you know, being able to order what you want online and just having it shipped to them, you know, is always a good choice too.
Yes, I've done that with numerous guns where, you know, because you can find some really good pricing online, and if the shipping isn't bad, and then depending on what your transfer fees are, it becomes a, you know, really good deal. And some don't charge the sales tax too. You know, sales tax can add $50 to $100 to the gun. You know, that's always a big plus.
Yeah. I'm kind of glad we don't have a sales tax.
For me, it's like Albuquerque sales tax is higher than a couple of the surrounding towns. So, it varies town to town. So, you could go buy ammo in like the next town over at a gun shop and, save a little bit.
In Washington, the Washington State forces online retailers to charge the sales tax.
New Mexico does, but not all online retailers charge it. I think it depends on who's doing their processing. I think because was it that CDNN? I think I ordered something from them recently. They didn't charge it, but if I buy from Grab a Gun will charge it now. So I think it depends on who's processing their transactions if the sales tax will go through.
But I only pay cash for guns, so that's why I go to the shop and then have them order, so I can pay cash.
That's a smart way of doing it, less paper trail.
Yeah.
What is your typical transfer fees in your areas? Mine range anywhere from like 15 to 35.
For the shops around here, it's all over the place.
Yeah.
There is one shop that'll do it for free. They don't have a lot of selection in their store. They do a lot of Cerakoting and stuff. I think that's how they make most of their money. But they'll do transfers for free.
We got we got Kinky Sphincter out in the chat now. We're all in trouble.
I see John Brown asking who likes revolvers. A revolver was actually what I wanted to originally first purchase, Kimber K6S, but I didn't realize with a concealed carry that I had to qualify with a revolver. I thought we only had to qualify by caliber, and so I wasn't able to carry it after I bought it. But there's something about revolvers. I just love the feel of them.
I think revolvers carry a special place in all gun owners' hearts. I mean, you may not carry it, but everyone either wants one or has one in their collection somewhere.
Yeah, there's a certain thing when you're holding like a nice 357 or nice big revolver. Just like you said, we grew up maybe seeing them in movies and just the mechanics of them. There's a touch of class in nostalgia.
I think revolvers are a good starter gun because they're simple to use.
The only thing I would kind of caution a new shooter with a revolver is the trigger discipline, because it's until you realize that your trigger can pull your shot down or to the left, and a revolver could be frustrating since you're not going to probably get good groups right off the bat. So they learn the trigger discipline.
Revolvers aren't bad, but with the plethora of easy to use semi-autos that are out there now, I mean, you can load a semi-auto faster than a revolver and whatnot. So I don't know if a revolver is necessarily the best choice these days for a new gun owner, to be honest. Especially when new gun owners who, like the current crop that we've had, who have been panic buying, who don't know anything about firearms. You're liable to have somebody go out there and buy an airweight 38 J frame or a 357 Smith & Wesson J frame and not realize just how much recoil is going to be involved in firing those things. And you're looking at a situation that's not going to be a good situation for you.
Yeah, I shot a Scandium frame snub nose at the range. rented it to try it out, and it was horrible.
Well, even the Kimber K6S, which is a steel frame, you know, the 38 specials are going to be fine, but 357, if you try and shoot 50 rounds of that, it kicks your butt a bit. I remember handing it to my wife to let her try it, and she did not like it at all. And that can handle it, but it's at the borderline of being able to handle a 357 comfortably. The Ruger I bought LCR was the 357 version. There's no way in the world I would shoot 357 on that thing. That it's just too light. That would beat the hell out of you trying to.
Well, that's what when we rented when I took older lady to the range, and we rented that Scandium, and it was really snappy. And then I rented the a GP100 so she could see the difference. And there's a huge difference.
Yeah, because I rented 686 early on, and that shooting the 357 out of that was no problem.
So we go back to semi-autos, speed loaders. I think speed loaders for new shooters, even for old shooters, speed loaders are worth the $20-$25 to go and pick one up. I have an ETS and I love my ETS.
Yeah, I got the Maglula. When I took my CCW course, one of the gentlemen that was taking it, he had one. He was an ex-military, great guy. He's like, hey, use this. Watching us fumble with trying to load up the mags, and those are a lifesaver. They're a must-have.
I really like those too. I have one for my 40. I really don't actually use it that much, but it does make it a lot easier.
Yeah,
I don't have one.
The ETS works great for like if you have your rounds that come with the plastic tray, but the Maglula works great for if you got like loose pack ammo.
yeah. Yeah, because my wife, when she tried that gentleman, it's like, oh, you got to get that. That was one of the first accessories that we did buy.
Gizzard saying that his governor has issued a statewide stay-home order effective Monday until April 21st. My only question is there exemptions for essential people, or did they shut down manufacturing, and stuff like that?
I'm sure they probably have the essential exception. We're on a stay-home order also, but the essential people, which pretty much everyone's driving around anyway now. So, but most of them is allowing for the grocery store workers, hospital staff, businesses that are essential to those functions.
Yeah, I have my travel papers so I can travel to and from, but you're still allowed to go to grocery stores, go outside and exercise. Right. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't give a damn.
I've noticed, except for like the rush hour traffic not being there, there's the regular milling about traffic is slightly less than usual.
Frankly, my governor can kiss my ass. I don't care. No, I'm being serious.
Well,
I really don't care if he puts one of those stay-at-home things. If I want to go somewhere, I'm going, and I don't give a damn.
What frustrates me is that they do all this stuff, like here locally, you got the public transit buses running. That's the worst thing to get on if you're worried about infectious disease. Yet they have those things running. You got the homeless people on them all the time. It's like, everyone says, oh, you need that for people to go to work. It's like, what good is it if they go to work and they get infected by some homeless person that has coronavirus? They're going to infect everyone else. You know, a lot of these orders just make no sense in how they implement them, the restrictions, and just, you know, they're too all over the place.
My main one is them saying that pot stores are essential, but gun shops are not essential.
Right. Well, here, Thursday, because the gun shops were opening, because they deemed themselves essential because they service law enforcement. The governor sent the state police to all the gun stores, have them closed. They can only do law enforcement sales, transfers, completing purchases that were already in the process, maybe stuff that was on hold or things on layaway. They can't do general retail sales right now. So most of the gun stores are, I think, are kind of closing down and doing very limited hours. You know, so, and something like that, I hope, doesn't frustrate these new gun owners, because, you know, when you first get that, you want to go and get more stuff for it. Now you've researched, you know, holsters. You know, trying to get into a store to get a holster now is going to be difficult.
Yeah, or being able to even go to a shooting range to be able to practice. You know,
Yeah.
You know, 90% of those are all shut down.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I say, you know, right now you can still go out into BLM land. You can still go to national forests and stuff like that. So there's still other places where you can still practice and at least kind of, but with the ammo shortage, because a lot of people panic buying, you know, you got to be careful of how many rounds you go and practice with if you don't have a bunch of ammo for like a new person.
G2, do you want to explain BLM land to people that may not know what it is? That, you know, if someone's new to gun ownership, they have no clue what that is. So you could probably touch base on that.
BLM land is Bureau of Land Management, which is federally owned. So you've got federally owned land out there. Then your national forestry is it falls under a lot of the time your state, even though they're, you know, they call it national forest, it's still state run. Whereas your BLM land is all ran by the federal government and owned by the federal government. So you can go to your local Bureau of Land Management office and ask them, you know, for a map, or there's websites, you know, that you can pull up and find out, you know, what roads lead to your BLM land. Is there shooting available on there? You know, some areas they'll restrict that, especially during high fire season. So you always have to keep eye on that kind of information. And then you definitely got to make sure that you know what's behind your target. Automatically, you got to know, because that bullet is going to travel. So if you can pick up, you know, a portable stand, and some AR-500 steel targets, it's going to help, you know, keep your round from traveling downrange. Whereas paper targets, it's going to just go straight through and keep going. So unless you have a hillside for a backdrop, you have to kind of worry about travel.
You know, you just touched on a good thing that, you know, for new gun owners, hopefully when they made that purchase, they would told about the 4 rules of gun safety, which, I think most places probably touch base with them, but, knowing what's behind what you're shooting, definitely important.
And then there's a third option, which is tribal land. And you and I kind of hit on this beforehand. All tribe are governed by a council, a tribal council. Now, you can ask for permission to be able to go onto tribal land and to be able to shoot. You may get granted, you may not. So you kind of have to keep that into, your mind also when you're up in the hills. But most of the time, they're probably not going to really say much. But it's always better to ask, for permission, and hopefully you get it granted. And if you do, keep that piece of paper on you. So just in case tribal police show up, you can say, hey, I have permission. And
what do you think about like someone that if they live in a kind of a rural area that has farming, approaching the farmer and seeing if maybe they have an area that they can allow them to shoot?
yeah, always ask,
And
if
some
you,
farmers will do it. I mean, especially if you if they I know there's one farmer around here that friends my son, they go to his land and shoot. All he asks them is if they see any varmints or anything to help them dispose of them. Like if they see rabbits or anything like that, he just asks them to take to deal with it, so it's one less problem he has to worry about with them getting into his crops and whatnot.
When I lived in Eastern Washington, that's where we would go to a farmer's land, and he'd let us shoot. He did start getting upset because there were other people that would shoot, but they wouldn't pick up their brass or their shotgun shells.
That's a good point. Clean up after yourself. If you're at a public range or BLM land or someone else's property, you don't want someone to leave a mess for you, so don't leave one for someone else.
Yep, policing your brass also helps with further down the road. You may decide to get into reloading. That's a whole different topic, but you may want to get into that. So if you police your brass, you can save it, or you can put it up for sale on the internet. You can always sell your brass to help recoup some of the money that you put out on your ammo.
Yeah, it's just like when you go hunting. If you or camping or hiking, whatever you take onto that land, take back out with you.
Yeah, good point.
And you were going to say Two Gun?
Yeah, because I'm going to be going down that road of reloading and going to start saving my brass. I noticed this morning on a local forum thing, someone was advertising selling his brass like $35 for 1,000 rounds of 9mm, and he had all different ones. So even if you're not going to reload, you can sell it, or you may know someone that reloads and just give it to them. You give them that, they might give you something else down the road. That's one thing I noticed with the gun communities. People are generally very friendly. People like to help out. People like to give information. So if you're at the gun range, don't be afraid to approach someone and ask them what they're shooting, or you may end up making a friend too. Because you see each other at the range or something a lot.
Gun loving grandpa has a good point. If you find brass out in the hills when you're out there shooting, pick it up. It's you're already going to be picking up your own brass. Pick it up. Help clean up, because if you're littering and littering and littering, some of these places are going to say, you know what, we're just done with this, and they're going to close that down. and then you're not going to have any options of where to go. So if you can, police the area, help pick up. A little portable magnet, extended magnet that you can, sweep the ground can also help, find stuff.
Yeah, and don't bring stuff to the range to shoot up that's going to make TVs or old computer screens, stuff that's going to be
Yes.
making
Yeah,
a big and leave it.
Yeah, that's never a good idea. Perishable things that are going to decompose and stuff, that's not such a big deal. Like if you shoot an orange or an egg or something like that, that a lot of people would, places that they're not going to frown too much on that. But don't go shooting TVs, people. Just because you see Demolition Ranch doing it doesn't mean that you got to go out there and do it too.
Yep.
Yeah, and we got to respect each other, respect our environment, and just common sense as far as, how you want yourself treated, how you want to treat others, but treat the places that we're shooting with that same respect.
That reminds me, we were still talking about stuff for new shooters, right?
Yep.
Okay, a big thing you want to do: test different ammos in your firearm. I know right now there's an ammo shortage and everything, but when ammo becomes plentiful again, like it was before, you want to make sure, especially if this is something that you're going to use for home defense, personal defense outside the home, whatever, you want to make sure you're going to have ammunition that's going to run well in your firearm. Not all ammunitions are made the same, and some are going to behave differently in one firearm compared to another. You want to make sure you have something that's going to run reliably in your firearm every time you pull that trigger.
That's a good point, Rich. And also, for handguns, 3-inch barrel as opposed to a 4 and 5-inch barrel, that ammunition is going to react differently. Like I think critical defense, like Hornady, that's made for those smaller barrel handguns that a lot of people have probably just picked up. So you want something that your gun is going to be able to handle. Do you want to get that plus P? Is your gun able to handle plus P plus? That's stuff that I know as a new shooter, I didn't know what those things meant. And I'm sure a lot of them don't. What is this plus P? Is it any different? And hopefully they don't buy 9mm Makarov.
That's the thing is, you got 9x19, 9x18. You got a few different ones.
9x17 is also known as 380, but in Europe it's 9x18.
Yeah, or you see 9mm.
9x18 is Makarov. But if you got
that's why you stick with 40. There's only 140.
No, technically a 10mm.
You can't even do that with 357 anymore. You got to worry about that 357 SIG. Yeah, ammo can be a little intimidating for that new shooter because what's the difference between your ball ammo, your range ammo, wad cutters, and then you get the differences in the self-defense. It can be a little information overload at first.
Yeah, and honestly, I wasn't when I said you got to watch for that 9x17. I wasn't joking. I knew somebody who had a European 380, and it wasn't marked 380. It was marked 9x17mm, and he didn't know what caliber it was. He thought he had just bought it. He thought he could just run regular 9mm through. I was like, no. He's like, it's marked 9mm, but I don't know what ammo I can use. I was like, let me see the gun. He goes out to his car and he gets it. I was like, that's a 380. He's like, how can you tell? It doesn't say 380. I was like, it says 9x17mm. That's 380. He's like, okay. I mean, the guy, I mean, he was the first, this was years ago, he was the first gun he ever bought. I had to explain to him exactly why it was a 380 and why it was marked 9x17 millimeter. That was an interesting conversation.
My PPK says 9mm Kurtz.
Yeah, that's another way that'll be written again. That's 380. It just means 9mm short.
Something I think we all need to think about is being ambassadors to the gun community, for these new people coming in. You know, when we're at a gun shop, if you see someone that's new, you know, approach them. You know, see if they might have any questions, or you know, just strike up a conversation. You know, let them know that you know, we're good people. You know, everyone's kind of friendly, and same thing at the gun range. If you see someone struggling with something, you know, offer the help. You know, don't be afraid to let them try your firearm after you've talked with them for a few minutes. Yeah, I think we can help out and try and keep these people in the gun community by being, you know, very positive.
I think that's really important because a lot of the panic buying gun owners, I think a bunch of them will go back to the way they were before they panicked, where you know they don't want anything to do with it. But I think some will stay. But if everybody's an asshole to all the new gun owners, none of them are going to stay.
I think that, you know, at least 25% will continue with some aspect of it. Maybe 50% will hold on to the gun, maybe bury it in a drawer. But if we can get 25% to be active, like shooting at the range, going, you know, a couple of times a year, I think that's going to be positive. 50% would be great. You know, hopefully, I think there will be like a lot of used guns hitting the market in a year, but hopefully not. You know, hopefully those guns stay in their hands.
Getting back to the calibers, especially 9mm, there's a plethora of calibers that are 9mm, and we have got 9mm turds, or which is also 9x17, also 380. You got the 9x18, like what was already stated, which is also known as 9mm Makarov. Then you got the standard 9mm that everybody knows is 9mm, which is 9x19, which is also known as 9mm Luger or 9mm Parabellum. Then you have 9mm NATO, which again is a 9x19 cartridge, but it's loaded hotter than the 9mm Luger or 9mm Parabellum. Then you got a 9mm Largo, which is a Spanish round, 9x23 millimeter. I mean, there's a plethora of 9mm out there. The 9x39, which is a rifle caliber. So I mean, there's a whole lot of different 9mm out there.
Well, I'm gonna have to bug out now. My wife's up and about, so I'm gonna have to go spend some time with her. Really like to thank you for the invitation, and it was a real pleasure talking with everyone and adding to the program. And you know, if you can check out my channel, I'm just starting to put stuff out. It's very raw. It's unedited, so it's one take. What it is, what happens is what it's going to be. So I'm going to just try and put out some stuff regularly. So thank you again for the invite.
Thank you again for coming on to Gun Kitty, and you're always welcome to jump on.
All right. Well, then you guys all have a great day, and let's get through this pandemic, and then we can have some fun. Take care, all.
Yep.
Take care.
Later.
So, what do we got to help out some more new shooters? Now, I was thinking holsters. Kind of, would you recommend concealed carry for a new holster, for a new gun owner or open carry?
Well, in some states you're not allowed to open carry even with a permit, so concealed carry is going to be acceptable in more places.
Yeah. I think if there is open carry, it's probably going to be easier for somebody to get used to carrying a gun on them if they're open carrying, because they're not going to have so much to really think about, as in, okay, well, is my clothes going to keep this thing concealed? You know, do I need to go buy new clothes so that they're a little less so they're a little more baggy, uh, and all that, and then where am I going to carry? Do I carry appendix? Do I carry at 3 o'clock? Do I carry small of the back? Concealed carry starts to open up a lot more choices of where you're going to place that firearm. And then they may go, I don't know if I'm going to just do this at all, and then leave the gun at home.
Before I started concealed carrying, I carried around the house unloaded just to get used to the feel. And then from there, I started working on drawing the pistol without fingering the trigger. All still unloaded just to get comfortable. And then once I could do that, then I would carry it loaded. And then once I got comfortable with that, I started carrying one in the chamber. And then after that, once I got comfortable with all that, I started carrying outside the house.
And don't forget, just because you're concealed carrying doesn't necessarily mean you're carrying inside the waistband. Like Moo points out there in the YouTube chat, you can conceal carry with an outside the waistband holster. You just have to have a garment that covers, and that's not a big deal. I mean, I conceal carry with an outside the waistband holster all the time when I'm carrying my Smith & Wesson M&P compact. So I don't carry that inside the waistband because I don't have an inside the waistband holster for it. I have an outside the waistband holster, and I can conceal carry that underneath a t-shirt, even with it being a outside the waistband holster.
Now, would you recommend what's that alien gear shape, or is it shape shifter, or
Shapeshifter, sailing gear shapeshifter, one where you can change the shell to where you can use it with different handguns.
Yeah,
it's not a bad holster, but then you got Crossbreed. They make a good holster. Then you got a bunch. They're both good because they have that flexible back on the back. If you're going to use a 2-clip holster, that's really good because then that'll form more to your body. But then you got single clip holsters too, which Kydex holsters from companies like CNY Supply, CYA Supply, We the People holsters, and a bunch of other ones which are more budget friendly, but they're still good holsters. I own holsters from both of those companies. I'm carrying but right now I just got a El Cheapo carrying that I got at the gun shop for $25 that I'm carrying my Taurus G2C in right now, and it works good. It's a cheapo Kydex. So I mean, there's a lot of good holsters out there. You just got to find what fits and works for you.
And you might go through a few holsters before you find one that's comfortable, that you like.
Yeah, and you might find that one brand holster that works for you with one handgun may not work for you with a different handgun because of the way the handgun should be. So you may not only just end up with multiple holsters, but numerous brands of holsters. Don't let that discourage you. Keep looking until you find the one that's comfortable.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, holsters really are like a wild card, kind of, because one holster you research online and stuff, and people will say, "Oh yeah, this works great with a Smith and Wesson M&P," but it when you go to put it on yourself, it just doesn't feel so right. So you kind of have to look at the reviewer and how close are they to your body type. Because being a big guy like me, there's certain holsters that I have come across that just don't feel right because I am a bigger guy. And so when I look at reviewers, I also look, okay, well, is this guy, 5'6", weighing a $185, or is this guy, 6 foot, weighing 300 pounds? You know,
Yeah. So, I mean, the best thing to remember when you're buying a holster, there is no one size or one holster fits all. You got to just shop until you find what works. Or you can just be like Ozzy out there in the chat and make your own.
that takes a whole lot of different skill sets. Then
Not really. You watch Snob's Kydex holster tutorial. Kydex holsters aren't that hard to make. Leather holsters going to take a lot more work and practice and everything, but Kydex holsters really aren't all that complicated.
You can
It just
you
takes
can
a
buy
little
you can buy kits to make your own.
yeah, I haven't tried making my own holster. Because a lot of those kits that you see, or at least that I have looked up, don't have retention holsters. Like the where you have your button for release. So if by chance you got into a bad situation, somebody can't just immediately take your firearm out. They're going to struggle. So that kind of gives you a couple seconds to be able to react.
Moose said we should do a holster count. How many in your holster bin? I don't have a holster bin. In fact, I don't have any holsters that I don't use. Whenever I get a holster and it comes to the point where I don't like the holster or whatnot, I pass it on to somebody else and let them try it. So I don't actually have a drawer full of holsters. The holsters I own are all ones that I will use.
Oh, okay, Mia. I've got to have you explain more on that. How do you lose a holster?
How
Now,
does gun? Hey, now come on.
Is
How
the
does-
gun is the
how does
gun
gun
still
snub
in
lose-
it?
Come on now. You're asking somebody how they lose holsters. Gun snob loses guns. So I mean,
Well, that's because his wife is taking him to the pawn store.
no. He'll set a gun down somewhere and forget where he sat it. He has lost firearms before.
Well, yeah, but he's way out in the middle of nowhere.
In his house. He will lose them in his house. You think I'm joking?
No,
That's scary. We've talked to Gun Snob about this. He has legitimately lost firearms and he's been fined for weeks because he didn't remember where he sat it in his house. Come on, Gary, back me up on this. They don't believe you. He doesn't believe me.
No, I mean, okay. I completely understand that because I seem to have misplaced my judge. I thought I put it somewhere, and I'm not 100%. I went looking for it last week, and it's not where I thought I put it. So now I've got to go looking to try figuring out where I may have left that. I know it's at the house. But losing your gun in your own house, that's okay. Because it's still at your house. Gary says I lost a mag.
I can see that happening.
Oh,
I've
losing
had-
it.
I've done it on air. We're not going to get into that one, but yeah, I've lost the magazine on air.
Into the couch.
Yeah,
Yeah. How did I know that one?
you probably heard the story.
Nope. I was sitting on a couch loading a mag and dropped it, and I had to tear the couch apart to get it.
I dropped it out of the firearm. You know, being the YouTube expert, no, I wasn't paying attention when I was drawing it, and oops, I done hit the mag release.
Yes, Two Gun Kitty brings up a great point also that new shooters should not fear carrying with a round in the chamber or having a safety when using a good holster. Now, I know, like, when I put my G23 in a holster, I always keep my thumb on the back of the slide. And that's mainly so that if I feel the slide start to move, I can release tension off that to keep, I don't know if anyone else, puts their finger on the back of the slide on their hammer or
That's
not.
That's always a good thing to do, especially when you're reholstering, even whether it's a striker fired or a hammer fired, or in the case of the say 320, where it's both a hammer fired and a striker fired.
I do put my thumb on the hammer, and for my P30, my everyday gun, my holster, you cannot have it on safe to put it in the holster. The way they formed it, the safety has to be off to fit the gun in.
Yeah. And Gary's saying, hell, I did that at Rich White, lost the mag right out of my Taurus TCP. It was in my daughter's sofa. Yeah, but Gary, you didn't do it on your show. If I remember right, I did that on your show when you were getting ready to do the Show Us Your Gun segment. I was drawing my Taurus T2C, and oopsie, there went the magazine, and not only did I lose it into the sofa, this is a reclining sofa, so it went and did the plinko thing as it was falling. It went from the side of the couch I'm sitting on all the way over to the other side of the couch. Yeah, misplacing a magazine really isn't that uncommon. People do that quite frequently. You'd be surprised how often that happens. But, Snob does hold fire. We're not going to go there.
I'm still waiting for Mia to jump on and tell us her drunk story.
Yes, I was told that was supposed to happen last week.
Ooh, Mystic says she's outside working on a fence.
Isn't that Snob's job?
That's what I would think, but he is probably using an excuse that he has to go work on somebody else's something.
No, he's editing videos. That's his excuse. That's his excuse why he doesn't show up on my show anyway.
Gizzard,
what's going on here?
Educate these peoples on Snob losing guns, please. They don't believe me.
Well, usually it happens. He's got this big, long workbench in his office. He calls it his office. It's a little shed outside his house. And, it's so cluttered that I guess from the way he talks anyway, that he has literally lost guns underneath things on his workbench and stuff like that. Or I can't remember what all he's told me, but I mean, he'd admit to it if he was here. It's not like it's a secret or anything like that. But the man, I mean, he's got a lot more guns than most of us do, too. So, I mean, I've only got, a dozen or so handguns. I'd know if one was missing really quick.
Yeah, wasn't it like 3 weeks or so before he found his G19 when he lost that?
He lost that. He lost one of his high points for quite a while. I remember that. But, yeah, it happens.
See, I told you guys I was not making this up. He loses whole firearms.
But, I'm one of those guys. I live in town. When I leave my house, I make sure everything's locked up.
Oh,
But he lives way out in the country, and usually there's somebody there at the house. He doesn't normally worry too much about things like that. So he's liable to have stuff spread out everywhere. Kind of like I do now because I'm at home for the foreseeable future. I'm not really going anywhere, but I leave the house for several hours a day. I don't want my guns laying all over where somebody could break in and pick them up. So I want it to be a little hard for them to get out of here with them. So I'm not saying they couldn't, but
yeah. Stacy out in the YouTube chat said it wasn't weeks, it was months that he had lost that G19.
Oh,
well, you got an all black gun, something like that in a room that's not real brightly lit. Sometimes it could happen if you've got a lot of stuff on a bench or something like that. Some people don't keep immaculate workbenches, like Snob. He's got several different projects. He does Cerakoting and stuff. He has tools and stuff laying all over the place. So. Not that I have any stake in defending Snob. I'll bash him just as much as the next person, but
I don't know. Kingpin likes to protect him.
Kingpin's just nice to everybody. He's kind of the, he's the advocate of everybody. He's the peacemaker of the group.
No, he's just in the pocket of Big Snob.
Well, that's a good person to be in the pocket of. Let's admit it.
It's probably sweaty in there.
I pick on him a lot, but he's also one of my better friends. So,
Oh my God, Kingpin just said something negative about Snob.
graded everything. Well, maybe not shipping. I can't say much. I'm way behind on sending out foul territory prizes and stuff like that too. It's not my strong point. I will admit it. So I'm not going to bash him for that.
Guy that comment asks about Cerakoting.
Cerakoting.
Well, I guess if you're married to somebody named Sarah, then no, we're not
I
going to.
got a daughter named Sarah. Does that count?
Well, we
Have you ever
can go down
coated her?
that top.
If she's wearing a coat, yeah. I can't get her to wear a coat most of the time.
I mean, I guess you coated Sarah many times, because you would have
Yeah.
bought her winter coats and stuff. Right?
She's coming up on 32 years old. She's going to have to take care of herself. She's married, been
That's
married
why I
12 years.
That's why I use past tense, Gary. Past tense.
Gary, we know that if she would just say, "Daddy, I need a new coat," you would go buy her a new coat.
I wouldn't put it past her. She's done stuff like that before. And she's married. But still, it's, yeah, Daddy, buy me this. Daddy, buy me that. And she's a grown woman. But that's okay.
Now, is she your only child, Gary, or did you?
No, I have a son that's 3 years older. My son will be 35 this year. Yeah.
Yeah, she's the baby though, so that's why she gets all the perks.
Oh yeah. And she's the only one that lives near me. My son's clear down in Arkansas. My daughter's only about an hour and a half from me.
So, guy that comment, Cerakoting is another way that you can kind of customize your gun to fit your personality, or make it a little different from somebody else.
It's a ceramic coating, kind of like paint you spray on it, and then you bake it to harden it.
Do you think it's cost effective?
Yeah, it's a custom paint job, basically.
Well, now if you go and cut your slide for an RMR, you have to have your slide re-coated. Now Cerakoting is probably the cheaper of the ways of doing it in most aspects, but you could easily go and have it blued or whatever, however you want to do it.
Yep.
I mean, if you want to go and have it chrome dipped, you're going to spend some money, but I'm pretty sure somebody will chrome dip it for you if that's what you want to do.
Some people will spray paint. It's just spray paint is usually not as durable as having something Cerakoted, because Cerakoting is basically baked on. You actually bead blast the entire surface, and then they put this special coating on there, and then they bake it in an oven, and it has good wear resistance on it. So it's an expensive process, but it usually works very well. If you see usually a colored, sometimes you'll see colored Glocks and stuff like that in a gun shop. Those are Cerakoted. Those aren't made that way.
I did the spray paint with a stripped AR lower that I had put together because it had this logo on it I didn't like. The problem with the spray paint, like you say, it's not going to be as durable. Takes a little longer for it to dry. If you don't mind it getting battle worn quickly, if you don't mind that type of a look, then the spray paint is okay.
And some people like that that battle worn look. So
Right.
Yeah,
that's what you have to do it.
yeah, and you can actually there's actually Cerakoting methods that'll make Cerakote look like that.
Yeah.
And there's also Duracoat, which is kind of a spray can kind of stuff that's supposed to last a little bit longer.
No, Cerakote lasts longer than Duracoat. Duracoat's not much better than
it does. Right. I just say throwing that out there so people would know. I've never actually done it.
You could probably use like oven spray paint too, because that's more durable than what your standard spray paint would be. And there's some of those spray on oven paints that are actually ones that you can bake, and it makes it where it's harder. So that could be an option too.
Yeah, I do recommend if someone spray paints, probably let it dry for about a week before handling it, because it may seem dry, but it's got a little bit of tackiness there. Even like
it might be dry, but it's not set. I think that's what you're trying to say.
Good. I think it needs a good week. But it's okay. Like I say, if you don't mind that it's going to get worn a little bit as you use it, it's fine for like an AR or a beater gun.
Now, to respond to a guy that comments, he says, I think you're trying to pull a fast one on me. Clearly, Cerakoting means coating a Cera or a coat made of Cera. It's spelled CERA coating. It's basically short for ceramic coating because it's ceramic kind of paint they put on there. Ceramic based.
So I'm screen sharing guns that have been Cerakoted, and some of these are really, really intricate. And so a lot of places, if you go with a single color Cerakote, it's going to be cheaper than if you do something like the American flag on your revolver. That's going to cost you quite a bit more because it's going to take them a lot more work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because they basically have to do the base coat, and then they put a screen over the top of it for like the stars and stuff like that. So,
yeah, and then you've got so many. You always go with a gold plating Cerakote on your AK.
I wouldn't. But,
it's kind of pretty, but
each your own.
Like here, the one that I'm showing right now is a single color on the slide. So at least the Cerakote guy that I know around me, I think it's $50 for a single color, and then it goes up from that. So it's not horrible.
Mystic Guns commenting about what the price of her rainbow color would have been. I think since Snob did it, it's priceless.
Yeah, that was for Obnoxious One, and as I recall, he had to do that in stages to get that rainbow look on there. So
Yeah, that would not have been a cheap Cerakote.
yeah, that would have been expensive.
You know, besides Cerakoting, has anyone ever gotten a stainless gun polished?
Mm-mm. I have one or two stainless guns, but I've never had it. One of them needs it.
I actually got one a quote because I wanted to maybe get my brother Inox polished and then converted to like a ghost gun look and all that. If you get a reputable person to do it, it can be pricey. But yeah, I wouldn't do the Beretta now, but I'm contemplating like my 686 at some point, getting that done as a polish because I love the look. But
Yeah.
Now, what if it started out as a matte finish, though? Then they have to basically bead blast it back down to or sand it down to a matte finish once they polish it.
It looks like we got Blitz in the house, and Mad Sexy has joined us.
Yeah, the polishing of a stainless steel gun isn't all that hard to do. There's plenty of tutorials out there, and you can get your gun in nice shine if that's what you're going for at home without too much money being put into it. Basically, you need some like mother's polish and some other, cheap stuff that you need to buy to do it. But it's not all that. It's not really that hard. It takes time and work to do it. Just like polishing anything.
yeah, because the professionally done ones, you're looking anywhere from I think 300 to, depending on the gun, could be up to 500 or so.
Yeah, I haven't looked into polishing, or chroming or any of that, but I have looked into Cerakoting because I kind of want to change my slide color after I RMR cut it so that I can, make it a little more stand out that it's not just, it kind of stands out that it's got more my personality and not, it's just, what you go to the store and buy. Yeah, I know that if I go to sell it, which I probably will never do, I will never get the, return on what I would to put into it, but it's all done for me. It's not done for other people.
That's one thing you got to think about if there's ever the possibility you think you might end up selling a firearm. The more custom stuff you do to it, depending on the firearm and the custom stuff, you can actually decrease the value because it's going to, and how easy it is to sell. Because if you're customing something for yourself, somebody else may not want it that way. So that's something else you got to take into consideration. That stuff.
It's kind of like my first AR that I built. I'm going to keep it basic black plain old AR, but when I build my next one, I'm going to do some me things to it. Try to build something a little cooler.
It looks like we lost Kitty.
Oh, no.
Probably had to use the cat box.
At least he didn't eat the mouse over here.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that the mouse and the kitty got along.
Well, I think Danger Mouse scares the kitty because Danger Mouse is holding it down.
It's a tiny gun, but it'd probably do some damage. Of course, he shot himself in the eye with it. That shoot your eye out kid, he must have done it. So
Well, Danger Mouse is a super spy that drives a flying car. So. I may have watched the Danger Mouse cartoon or two when I was younger.
I don't think I ever did.
It used to be on Nickelodeon when I was a kid.
Oh,
The
okay.
actual old British episodes.
Okay, realize that I'm old school when it comes to cartoons, So
It's an old British cartoon originally. Then they brought it back a couple of years ago. I think it was on Netflix.
I remember Mighty Mouse.
We are now joined by M. Gabriel in the comments.
A lot of people flying in here.
Yeah, we got like 20 people here. So, two guns back.
It's Saturday night. It's time to party, and this is the party. I mean, it's not like
Yeah.
you go out and really party.
And I think I had a bad connection on my iPad. Everyone was breaking up, so I switched over to the phone.
Yep. Sometimes the device that we're using gets better or worse. I noticed that.
I think the battery was getting low, so that might have affected the audio.
Good.
Now it sounds like somebody's playing with poker chips.
Ooh. And that's the one.
Mad Six, he says that we got 20 people, so we can't end the stream.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody else is doing a show tonight. You may have.
They hadn't been, so I mean, I'm not expecting it.
Yeah.
Smart said last night he wasn't going to do a show tonight.
Does the governor put a restriction on podcasting in Oklahoma?
I don't think
Just lazy.
No, they just told Snob that he is a horrible representation of Oklahoma, so they would prefer him to stop.
They put a law on Snob singing, so he's not allowed. He doesn't do podcasts because he's not allowed to sing anymore.
I personally think that anybody who fires up a live show is, it's kind of doing us all a favor because there's nothing to do. There's nothing on TV. At
So
least
true.
get in and chat with your friends. That's a good way to pass the time.
Actually, we're going to do the old-fashioned do a puzzle tonight.
Ooh, I've done that a few times. Don't tell me some of these families are actually going to break out a deck of cards or something like that.
Yep, that's on the agenda also. Probably tomorrow.
Well, we used to do. We got really bored to get the dominoes out or a deck of cards.
And apparently, Kingpin is going to hack G23's password and host a show on this channel. What he says out there in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, the other thing we're going to probably do is watch some old comedies, find something that I haven't seen in a long time or maybe not seen that's good, and just have some good humor during these times.
Now, M. Gabriel, you might want to get yourself a hearing aid. Gary and I both said it was on at 6 p.m. Eastern, 7 Central.
It'd be the other way around.
Yeah, I think it would be like 5 Central.
Yeah,
5
whatever.
cents.
Yeah, but anyway, he's wrong. We did not say it was on 7 Eastern. It was clear.
It's possible I was mistaken. I thought I'd put on there exactly what I was told, but okay.
You did.
If I made a mistake, I apologize. It's
You
probably
did. I remember clearly. We said 6 Eastern. He just wasn't paying attention.
I'm beginning to worry because I think that's the second or third mistake I've made this year. That kind of scares me.
Now, if you're out in the middle of the Atlantic, it would have been 7 Eastern.
Blitz is selling a Kimber Micro 9.
You know, if you were in Bermuda, I think that would have been. I think Bermuda would have been 7.
Yeah. No, Eastern time is not the only time zone that matters. Thank you very much. I'm in the central part of the country. I'm in the middle of it all here. Got one coast on one side and one on the other.
Apparently, Blitz has had 100 people want to trade 1022s with him for that Kimber Micro 9.
Wow, that's kind of coming up a little short on the trade, I think. Yeah. Couple 1022s, maybe. Couple. Depends on what's on them. I wouldn't mind getting a 1022. I don't want to trade a gun for it. Not that I need another 22, but I've considered getting one.
Like, I'll trade you this year $300 22 rifle for that there $600 9mm you got.
Where are you paying $300 for a 1022? That's expensive.
I know you can probably pick a
you get
1022 up for like $189.
Yeah, it's going to be close to it.
Some of the more tacticalized 1022s, yeah, you're paying $300 more for them.
Yeah, that's going overboard for a 22.
You can spend like $5,000 on a 1022 if you want, but is it going to be the norm? No, probably under $200.
No,
It probably won't shoot any better than
you get like the takedown model and stuff. Yeah, they're closer to 300.
22's a 22. I've got one that's 85 years old sitting in my safe, and that thing I could shoot a damn quarter from 100 yards. I'll bet you with it. It's a little bolt action.
300 is normal for a 1022 in California.
Well, that's California.
I do agree with Mad Sexy about Pacific time is the best.
And
I am on the Pacific coast, so I can say that.
yeah, just so you know, I haven't seen a 1022 in this area for under $200. That's even the most basic version.
You can get a Marlin 60 for under 200.
I've never even seen a Marlin 60 in anything that shops around here.
Marlin 60 you can get for under 150 sometimes. If you want to go the old-fashioned tube fed, like you had when you were a kid.
Occasionally, the Walmart here will get one of the Savage 22s, and it'll be like $99.
And I think those are all right. I've heard good things about them. I think Night Strike bought one last year, didn't he?
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
I just bought a Marlin 60, and I think I paid about $180 for it.
Mine was on sale at my local gun shop. I saw it. I was like, okay, I have to have this. I didn't need it, but I wanted it. And I put all kinds of ammo through it, and it didn't care what I put in it. It shot it all. So. Some of it was a lot more accurate than others, I noticed. I did different patterning with different kinds of ammo. For some reason, the Blazer patterned better than anything. That's hard to believe. Even better than the CCI.
In general, with not just 22 ammo, but maybe even 9mm and some others, is there an ammo that people have had that they've just had real bad luck with? I know there's one that I have. That's a USA Forge steel case 9mm.
That Winchester, yeah, that stuff is bad.
I had one blow up in the firearm and ruin the mag. Several get just caught, the casing get caught in the barrel. That stuff is horrible. I would never recommend that to anyone.
Another brand I'll never buy is Tula. I know some people have had good results with it. Anybody I've seen using that stuff has had nothing with problems. Hard primers constantly, or
now is that steel also?
Yeah, that's steel case also.
I've
That's
never
right.
seen a steel case 9mm.
Like Tula, I don't have a problem when I use it in an AK, but I wouldn't get pistol caliber with Tula, and I stick away from Winchester altogether. I've never had any good lucks with them in any of my firearms.
I've seen people have problems with Tula's AK ammo, even the 7.62 by 39 and the 7.62 by 54R. I don't even bother with it.
But the Winchester
Actually,
White box is so plentiful around here.
Yeah, I think I had some problem with that 7.62 by 54R Tula last time I was out with Mosin with a round getting stuck in the and wouldn't extract.
Yeah, Mosins are pretty picky on what they will and won't take.
Yeah, I've seen that with AKs with the Tula ammo. I've seen an AK rip the damn rim off of 7.62 by 39 Tula ammo. I just will not mess with that stuff. I'll stick with Wolf. Works fine. I haven't had an issue with Wolf.
Yeah.
2 by 39. So
I'll only pick up Tula if it's a absolute last choice, but I haven't had a horrible problems with it.
I got a buttload of Wolf ammo.
Yeah, I'll give a plug to KCI magazines for replacing the damaged magazine that the USA Forge ruined. I didn't go into an explanation of what happened. It just said that the magazine got damaged and they replaced the 50-round Glock drum mag. Pretty much no questions asked.
These guys here, SGM, they are really, really good. And they're they've got the metal in there just like your factory Glock mags. And pretty cheap, I think I paid $16-17 for my 31 round.
Are those a Korean mag?
Oh, good.
Are those a Korean mag G23?
They don't say.
SGM's US made.
Yeah.
It's US made. Okay. Anyone had any luck with those? Was it the ETS mags?
No, ETS are garbage. I won't even waste my money on an ETS mag. I've had too many of them break.
They look like they would.
Yeah, SGM mags are good on some firearms. Other ones, they take a little breaking in or working with it. Like with my Vepr 12, to get them to run properly in my Vepr 12, I had to get, I forget what size, but it was spark plug socket. Put that in the magazine and then boil it in water to get the shape to that, because the 12 gauge round is about the same size as what that spark plug socket is. So that formed it to where it fed the rounds better, which is a common thing. I mean, if you look online with the SPM Vepr 12 mags, you'll see people saying all over the place on different forums, and I think a couple people have done videos and put them on YouTube about it. That if you have problems with your SGM Vepr 12 magazine, that's what you got to do.
Yeah, and I know when SGM first came out, when they were their Gen 1 mags, like the 45 calibers for the Glock mags, their Glock fun sticks, they were having spring problems where they're underpowered spring. So they were having failing to feed, but to be able to pick up a 31 round fun stick for $17, not a bad price. And it works great for, I just use them, run them out at the range, but I wouldn't have a problem carrying that 31 round in my back pocket if I needed to.
Yeah, the KCI 30 round mags I had pretty good luck with, also. And they, same thing for $10 to $15 magazine, work pretty well. And like they do have their warranty, so it's good if they do break on you that, you can get a replacement.
Everybody
Hey,
makes mistakes in Gabriel. He's out there saying, "Oops, my bad. It was."
Well, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, we have a lot of wind going through here, Mystic.
Yeah,
So you're probably getting what we've had the last few days.
My wife said it looks like there's a storm moving in here.
Yeah, I think we had a storm go through here last night. And today's, it's nice and sunny, but it's cool.
it got up into the low 70s here, and right now it's just under 60 now, so pretty decent.
Yeah, it was in the mid 60s here today.
Yeah, I think today we're probably in 50s to we might have touched low 60s.
Here,
Yeah,
this means you turn the air conditioning on because this place is so well insulated. It gets almost 80 indoors when it's 60 outside.
It's been 50s here, raining off and on.
I try not to turn the AC on until Memorial Day if I can make it that long.
You don't make it that long here. I'm telling you. It gets into the 50s and you're turning the air conditioning
Yeah,
on.
I didn't make it last year. It all depends on the year, of course.
It gets into the 50s and then inside it gets into the 70s. Yeah, upper 70s.
It's just once you turn it on, you're never going to turn it back off.
It's crazy. We've been turning it on and then one day and then the next day we've had to turn it off and put the heat back on.
Yeah.
What I hate is when my stepson gets control of the AC. He'll turn it on and jack that thing up, and it's like, freeze you out.
Yeah. Well, it's been crazy here this past winter, right before, a couple weeks ago, it was in the 70s one day and the next day was in the 30s. And I wonder why people's getting sick and it ain't that damn coronavirus. The weather's just been nuts.
Well, that's one of the problems. Like people, get a touch of something else, and then now they're worried about the virus, so they want to go get tested, and bogs the system down.
My wife had a sinus infection. She did one of those virtual doctor's appointments because that's what our doctor's office is doing now, unless you got something that you absolutely have to go into the office to be seen.
Yeah.
So the whole time she was talking, the doctor asked her like 5 times, "Are you running a fever?"
Yeah, my wife kind of went through something similar because, she had like a sinus thing and, was getting worried that it was an infection or an ear infection and, maybe needed some antibiotics to knock it out. And, same thing. You go and they want to know, you got the, symptoms. And it's like, no, it has nothing to do with the virus.
And she's like, "I got a runny nose. That's not even one of the symptoms of the coronavirus." She had a runny nose and sinus pressure. Either one of those two things are symptoms of the coronavirus.
Yeah, I just put out there in the chat, we've had over 3,600 tests here in Kansas, and less than 1 out of 10 came back positive.
We've got 96 people positive in this state now. Over 4,000 tested.
Yeah, the ratios don't really add up. I would love to know the numbers compared to back when we had the swine flu. Because I don't want to compare. compare this to like the regular flu, because a lot of times we like to throw, oh, it's just the flu. But I think if we could get the numbers and compare it to what the swine flu did over a similar period of time,
Yeah, swine
you'd see,
numbers compared to this so far were worse. Swine flu,
Yeah.
if you break down and average out the numbers for a year, swine flu was killing 1,000 people a month. This hasn't come anywhere near that.
yeah, so that's why I think this has just been more of a political thing.
Yeah, that's just in the United States. Worldwide, swine flu killed a lot more than what this has.
Right.
The last SARS epidemic, which this is a new, if you look at the full name, this is a new mutation of the SARS virus, essentially. And that killed more people, the original one, than what this did. So, take it for what it's worth.
Well, the thing with this one is it basically only really kills people that are, their
That's
health is compromised or you're vastly older.
the
I'm
flu
not
does
sure how
that.
good. Yeah, I'm not sure how good his numbers were, but Yankee was throwing a lot of numbers out there, and you get people that I guess had died, but they also had another thing that could have contributed to the death. So is it that killing them or the coronavirus? And
Yeah, there was somebody who died from it recently that, oh no, it's killing young people now. They killed a 21-year-old.
Yeah.
A 21-year-old that had a compromised immune system and asthma. Hello.
right, where the swine flu legitimately killed people of all different ages, that were healthy or they didn't just have to have a compromised immune system or something.
Our local newspaper, every time there's a new confirmed case, they put out an alert for every single one. It's like Sesame Street. One infected person. Two infected persons. Three infected persons.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gotten ridiculous how they've done this. And I think the biggest problem with this is the incubation period. So yeah, it could be a little more easily transmitted from person to person, but for most people, it's just going to be you get like the flu. It's not like, oh, I got this, I got a death sentence, and they kind of like try and make people think that it's such doom and gloom if you get it. Most people aren't even going to be symptomatic if they get it.
Yeah. And Gunsling Pacifist and I were talking. It may have been an error on one of the shows, but there was a virus that was going around here, and you said something was going around up in New Hampshire too, late November, early December, and people were getting tested for flu and were coming back negative. It had the same symptoms as what this does, so it might have been in the country a lot longer than what they think it had.
Oh, most likely. I forget when the outbreak in China occurred, but you get so much travel for business from China to the U.S. It probably definitely was like a lot of people bring up at SHOT Show. Wasn't there?
I was at SHOT Show, and there were a number of Chinese people there, a pretty good sized number. And it was a huge crowd. You couldn't get no further than 2 or 3 feet apart from people. It was just a huge crowd. And I got sick, probably sicker than I've been in a long time. Maybe I already had this for all I know.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
So it looks like we are undergoing a hostile takeover by the Kingpin.
I, for one, would like to.
He's holding a
welcome
gun
our
at
new-
us. That's for darn sure.
Well,
I would like to
confirm-
welcome our new Kingpin Overlord
I can confirm
and say welcome.
it's not Wilson Fisk. He has a full head of hair.
I don't want to be ruled by somebody from Maryland. Can you imagine what he'll do to our gun laws?
Hey, as long as it's not the Ving Rhames Kingpin.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello. I
Hey,
was
Kingpin.
Vincent D'Onofrio Kingpin. Yeah, from the Daredevil show on Netflix.
Yeah, that was actually done really well.
Yes.
I still think that's a cool logo, though.
So, Kingpin, on the topics that we've been discussing, new shooters, what kind of advice can you give them?
Put your guns down and curl up in a ball and hide in the corner and wait for somebody to come rescue you.
That's what they were doing. They finally realized not to.
They should be good at that.
Buy as many guns as you can, and then when this is all over and you realize you don't like them, sell them for next to nothing. Because I'll be out there.
And when
I'll
you're
be out
ready,
there ready to buy them.
Well,
when you're
well,
ready
the-
to bill to help relieve the country, make sure you throw in pro-abortion stuff, environmental stuff, stuff that limits border security, a bunch of other crap.
Wait till you guys see when this is kind of over and slowed down and calmed down. A bunch of governors like mine and places like New York and Connecticut are all going to have gun buyback days.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, in Albuquerque, before this all went down, about less than a month before, they just put aside $75,000 to do a gun buyback program. So I think they either going to get a lot of people selling back, or they're going to have no one selling back because they realize, I got to hold on to this shit.
But what do they give you for those? Like $100 or something like that?
I think theirs was going to depend. If it was like, say, a handgun, I think it would have probably been 100, and if it was maybe an AR, 125.
Because I'd drive over to that state and say, okay, I'll give you $1. I'll give you 125.
Yeah, from what I understand, it's 100 or 150 for a long gun and like 50 to 100 for a handgun, just across the board. So it doesn't matter what you bring. A lot of people take in old busted guns that are broken and beat the system that way.
Well, that's what most of them usually end up being, or airsoft guns. They try and bring those in. I think if they're not buying that many back, they'll take those just to beef up their numbers. To say we bought 500 guns and probably 300 of them are airsoft.
Yeah. Have you guys seen the latest in the development that is the Democratic nomination sitcom?
I thought it was grumpy old men.
That too. Well, apparently you got a lot of calls on the Democrat side now to do a brokered convention and then nominate the governor of New York, Cuomo. I forget which one it is. Which one of those two?
Andrew.
Cuomo. Andrew, that's the governor.
Yep.
I always get him and his brother, the idiot over on CNN, mixed up.
Fredo.
Yeah, Fredo. They want to nominate him to be the Democrat nominee for
That or Hillary. Don't count her out.
It's Hillary again.
Don't count her out. Or Michelle Obama.
I think the only way they place Cuomo in there is if they feel like they can win. If they don't feel like they can win, they're not going to waste Cuomo.
Yeah, they don't think that there's a lot of calls, especially after Biden's live feeds this week. We got to replace this guy.
Well, I always like people that like to, bash Trump. I always like to say, well, you just got to blame Obama because, he created the environment for Trump. But the one thing people don't realize is Obama destroyed the Democratic Party. The stuff he pushed through in those first 2 years led to how many Democrats being voted out of office on, the state levels as far as governors and the House and the Senate. They went from having a 60-40 majority in the Senate to losing the majority. And a lot of those people were probably young politicians that would have been the people that would have been running now. And
the majority in the Senate, they could have pushed through anything they wanted, which they did with Obamacare. But they blew their one shot on Obamacare. They pissed so many people off with Obamacare that they lost the Senate.
Well, one of the problems that they had with Obamacare is that the Senate passed their version and it kicked to the House. Well, Ted Kennedy died, and Massachusetts was pissed off with the bill, so we elected Scott Brown to go to filibuster anything that got sent back. So the House was forced to take the Senate's bill at face value. They couldn't make any changes, even knowing that it was an awful bill. And, because they knew Scott Brown was going to kill it. And, that's why Obamacare is so bad, is they weren't able to make any changes.
I think Pelosi was going to just pass whatever. It doesn't matter. That woman.
Well, they would have passed it, but they would have made, some tweaks here and there, because everyone knew the Senate bill was really bad. But
Here's the thing about the Senate bill. Technically, that is a spending bill. Therefore, it is unconstitutional for that to have originated in the Senate in the first place.
But we have the Supreme Court messing that up.
Well, no,
That
wasn't challenged on that. They didn't challenge it on the Senate thing. They challenged it on the sign thing. If they would challenged it on the Senate thing, it's right there in plain English in the Constitution that all spending bills have to originate in the House.
True.
Well, God forbid anybody observe the Constitution. We wouldn't be in the mess we are now if they were observing the Constitution.
Yeah.
Real.
Observing and ignoring, because that's the biggest problem with the Supreme Court is, how many cases do they not take up because they don't want to deal with it, instead of, ruling, one way or another and solidifying the Constitution. They just keep it in a gray area.
Well, they observe the Constitution very, very strictly. That's how they make all these anti-constitutional laws. Is they read the Constitution and do the exact opposite.
Oh, there you go.
One thing I know, like locally here, is there's a big push to try and get a lot of seats in New Mexico switched over to Republican, and try and push the state towards Trump. And people don't realize in New Mexico last election, I think it was about a 9-point difference. But Scott Johnson was running. He was the ex-governor, and he took a big percentage of votes away from Trump. And he's, not having that opposition, Trump could take a state like New Mexico very easily.
I think the Democrats are going to get a huge backlash from the impeachment deal. And now their handling of this. I mean,
It's like a domino effect.
Yeah.
They just keep knocking one over after the other. I mean, not just the way they handled Kavanaugh. Everything that they've handled, they just handled so poorly.
Yeah, if you want a playbook on how to lose the House of Representatives in the presidential election, just look at the Democrats the last 6 months.
Yeah. It's just, they just continually fumble and bumble. And you just look at the presidential candidates. It was just a smorgasbord. It was like a buffet that has been setting out for a week, and they're telling you to go eat from it.
Yeah, their top three were someone with dementia, a communist, and a pathological liar.
Yeah. And then you throw in the billionaire that no one likes that thinks he can buy it.
Honest to God, I don't know why Michael Bloomberg thought he legitimately had a chance. Nobody likes that guy.
On either side.
I don't think the Democrats really have to worry about candidacy. a lot of people have been turned off to the Democrat Party because of the reason that everyone should be turned off to them, policy. People are
Yes.
paying attention to their policy now. So you could put Tom Cruise in there and Jimenez Tooth, and he's not gonna get elected.
Yeah, that's why I said look at the last 6 months alone.
Well,
With the impeachment fiasco, and now the way that they've been handling the coronavirus thing. You had both sides in the Senate negotiate a perfectly good bill. Both sides, okay? Not one. Wasn't the Republicans forcing this. The Republicans and the Democrats sat down with Munchin, hashed this thing out. We're getting ready to pass it. Pelosi comes flying in on her broom from San Francisco on her vacation, tells them to stop. So Schumer and every goddamn Democrat in the Senate votes no. And then throws up the Republicans were doing this, unilaterally. No, you asshole. Who are you trying to kid?
And you know what backfires with them is, and they've kind of created the environment. All these people are thinking, I'm going to get my Trump check. So they're responsible for holding up these people's Trump checks. That's something that they always used to, turn on the Republicans. This time they did it to themselves. The Democratic Party right now is just such a rudderless ship, and there's no direction. You cannot say what they stand for as far as a platform, because it's Orange Man bad is basically it.
I mean, Tulsi Gabbard got what, a week's worth of news, and then it was over because the media wouldn't cover the younger people; they were just covering the old folks.
Yeah, well, she probably could have got some play if they ran with her. And she definitely could have fared better. And look at Buttigieg, whatever you want to call him, how well he did. And no one even knows who he is. They can't even pronounce his name.
Yeah, he won Iowa, for Christ's sake. At least they say they did. Nobody knows for sure who won Iowa, because apparently Democrats in Iowa can't freaking count.
I don't think they wanted to count.
None of them have any principles.
It's like, crap, the damn butt pirate's going to win. We got to figure something else out here.
Yeah, well, you hit it on the head there, Kingpin. They don't have any principles. They will die. They just will have no problem like sacrificing themselves to go with whatever the party wants.
And they have no shame. I mean, look at what Jill Biden is doing to her husband.
God, that's sad.
I mean, ask anybody in your life if they would let that, if they would do that to their loved one, whether it be male, female, whichever situation you're in. Would you put your husband out there like that? Would you put your wife out there like that? That's shameful. And
it is.
She is a swamp monster. That's why she doesn't care.
Yeah, we were talking about it last night after Gary's show and the after show about Joe Biden and his live streams he was doing this week. One of them, he's talking at a podium like he's giving a speech, right? He gets done. He just stands there with a blank look on his face. Jill Biden comes walking in, grabbing him by the hand, and tries pulling him away. And he's like resists being pulled away, and stands there still with a blank look on his face. And then she looks back and she walks off. She turns her back and says, "Joe," and he's like, "Oh." But she had to wake him up out of the fact that he was done, so he could walk off the fake stage that they have set up in their basement. It's like, what?
A couple of months back, he did an interview on like 60 Minutes, and she was sitting there by his side, and like it was like numerous times where she's got to step in and basically guide him through the question. It's just she's despicable, doing that to how can you say you love someone when you put them out there like that? Unless,
This is
she
Woodrow
thinks it,
Wilson's second term all over again. Only he hasn't even got elected yet.
yeah, and she wants to be able to pull the strings.
Yeah, if you guys don't know the story, during Woodrow Wilson's second term, it's come out that he had a stroke, and his wife was the one that was actually handling all the policy decisions because he was incompetent. And to keep him from being replaced by the vice president, she started making all the decisions, and he would just make public appearances every so often.
Wasn't she signing the legislation and stuff?
Yeah,
or
she was
people?
signing his name to it.
So, Blitz, that 9mm looks really, really nice. That Kimber. I gotta say, I saw pics of it. So, did you guys see the picture that I had put up on the screen for a little bit? A little meme. I pulled it off now, but it was.
Oh.
Yeah, we saw it.
Yeah, the Quagmire picture. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna take off and then get dinner started. It's a real pleasure, everyone, and take care. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Have a good
You
night,
too.
man.
See you.
Yeah, Kingpin. You might. She might think she's a doctor. We know Whoopi Goldberg does.
And that's another example of no shame.
Yeah.
Whoopi sat there as bold as she possibly could and said, "Jill's a good doctor. Oh, she's a great doctor."
Yeah.
And then those plebes that were on the set with her were like hesitant to even tell her, "Well, she's an educator. She's not a doctor." And Whoopi didn't care. They just go on with the show. She didn't say, "Oh, I'm stupid. I talked out of my butt when I didn't know what I was talking about."
Yeah.
She just moved right on.
Well, have you seen the video the New York Times put out with the doctor who's complaining about how there's not enough ventilators in New York and all this other shit? That woman was passing herself off as an emergency room doctor. She's not. She is an academic administrator for the hospital. She oversees the ER trainees that are coming into the ER to work as part of their medical school training, and oversees the residency program.
Bill Nye is an engineer, and they call him a science guy, and they treat him like a legitimate scientist. Rachel Maddow, everybody's favorite 15-year-old boy that works on MSNBC, she is being sued by AON, the new news network, for defamation. Her lawyer's official statement, it's not an exact quote, but it's very close. You can't take her seriously because she's an actress. Miss Newswoman Rachel Maddow with breaking news every 5 seconds. Her lawyer said you can't take her seriously because she's an actress.
Did you report it to the authorities? There are procedures in place. Of course we report. The Navy did all that they could. But then
Mr. FNH was talking about shooting his 1522.
Yeah, the best part is every claim that the doctor that the New York Times interviewed in that video was disputed by a doctor who is on Trump's coronavirus task force, whose job it is to, keep track of the ventilators in each state. She said there's something like 30,000 ventilators in New York that aren't being used right now. That they could easily get ventilators from other hospitals to take to this place, and there are some in warehouses that are not being used.
Yep.
Right about the time that just before the whole "Where's my ventilators" thing, I was thinking that Andrew Cuomo could make a serious run for 2024. And if anything went super south, they could throw him in and he might have a chance of, making a little bit of a wave in 2020. But once he got on TV and started screaming, "Where's my ventilators? Where's my ventilators?" Ever since then, his public perception started going back down. So I think he's going to eventually ruin himself.
How about the fact that as soon as Trump said about the malaria lupus drug, him and the Nevada governor both signed orders saying that they couldn't be used.
Yeah, see, this is where I'd like to hear some of those big igloo people. Where are they at right now talking about dragging that person out of office by the tuft of his hair? Where are they at? Now, if he'd have said something about a gun, a whole bunch of idiots would be on the internet screaming, "Well, we should go in there with pitchforks and throw him out." Da 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 da. But he banned a medicine that may or may not be able to save people. There's anecdotal evidence that it does, but not enough to call it scientific. That's why none of the scientists say that. And they all say the same thing. We can't do a scientific statement because we haven't had the chance to study it enough. But anecdotally, it does work. And he banned it. So how about all the people that are going to die because they don't have that option in their treatment? Where's everybody talking about kicking in his door and dragging him out?
Or how about the fact that now that he has done that, the people who have lupus can't get their medication because it's been banned.
And the media is too busy blaming Trump for those idiots that drank fish bowl.
But
I don't know. I've said it before. I think this is a great time for us to exercise our memories. Remember these foul, evil people that are doing foul, evil things. And then remember your doctor, your EMT, your firefighter, the pizza guy who brought you some pizza today, the kid that's still bagging groceries at the grocery store. All these heroes that have stepped up and made masks and volunteered their time in old folks' homes and all that. The heroes that have showed up, remember them, and also remember the villains that have showed up.
Yeah, remember those celebrities that are actually out there doing something to help. Like you mentioned the people delivering groceries. WWE wrestler Braun Strowman, whose real name is Adam Shearer, he's out there donating his time to deliver groceries to people. Remember people like that. If you want somebody to be a role model for your kids, that's the guy to do it. Plus, he's also a huge gun guy, so that helps.
yeah, there's some that are using their fame for good, and there's a lot of them that are using their fame for just shit, and we could easily, have a lot more going on for like masks and stuff. Especially, there's a lot of people that are just taking cloth and making, washable masks that they can use that are, taking this out of their own pocket. Just average people, and we got a lot of unsung heroes that people aren't hearing about.
Well, just think about the mental and emotional abuse that doctors in New York City are going through right now. Like that one guy that's been on TV that said it was like 9/11, but at 9/11 we opened the doors and no one showed up. Here they just keep coming. That guy is a human being. All the nurses that worked on those people are human beings. They're watching these people die in front of them, and then they're pushing them off into a freezer truck to go grab a couple more dead bodies. Think about what that's doing to their hearts and their minds. Those people are going to need our help too.
Were you or Sebastian able to get anything off the body to help us ID the killer? Jacob after himself, he wiped out the corpse. Sebastian was trying to pull prints, but it'll take time. Which means we better hope FBI gives us some leads, because we just struck out. Patch me into the police.
No, Mia, they banned it for use in those states, period.
Mr. and Mrs. Clarkson, 1 minute until call. What if they catch on? Just take deep breaths, stick to the script, and do that. You'll be fine. All right, look. If the FBI can pinpoint the location of our hostage takers and tell us who we're dealing with, should help us ID the stateside killers and stay on one about the key. So what? Direct connection. Incoming call to the Clarkson's ID. Okay, here we go. Remember, I need mobile phone for 1 minute to get the trace. Whenever you're ready. Yes, we do. Agent Correa, we are locked on. Let's see trace now. The script, Susan. Reading now.
It is 12 to get that stuff relaxed from my past out. Don't download
I just said something a second ago, then I realized my mic was muted. But let's not forget, and I don't normally like to give these people kudos because we normally like to bash them, but the people who keep our internet running, we've got tons of people who are working from home that didn't used to do that, but you're not hearing of internet outages or anything like that. The cell phone people who are keeping all those lines working so we can all, those of us who are stuck at home, enjoy our TV and enjoy our computers and stuff like that. In the case of my wireless provider, Verizon, they gave me 15 free gigabytes of data on my plan from now until the end of April, just so in case I needed to use extra data, I've got it. So let's give credit where credit is due, guys. You've done a good job.
Blitz is talking about owlandanchor.com.
That's owlandanchor.com. For all of your Pro 2A swag needs, use code SNOB, get free stuff. Free stuff may require shots.
Or getting shot.
That's my best and worst snob impression right there.
But yeah, Mia, that's a drug that's been used. Like we were just talking about juice for other things, but because Trump said it might be good against this, Orange Man bad, can't do it.
Now, Orange Man isn't quite in here yet. So.
Not that Orange Man, the other one.
Oh,
The doofus that was drinking fish tank cleaner is what caused that.
so some people are spreading crap out on Facebook. I noticed today they misspelled the name of the medication, and it's like, well, there's no wonder people are misreading that. And
No, not Trump. Trump didn't outlaw it.
don't.
The governors of New York and Nevada outlawed it because Orange Man bad.
Yeah, they did it because he recommended it. Yeah.
No, they just banned the drug outright. They just said nope, nobody's using this because Trump said. Basically, is what it amounts to.
Yeah.
Yep. So, I don't think I have any more topics. We were talking about, helping new shooters, and we've all been new shooters, and in theory, we're all still new shooters because you get a new gun that you don't, on a caliber you don't know much about, go with like a 7.62 by 25 Tokarov. Probably not a whole lot of people know much about those.
So 6'2", Tokarev is a decent little round. Kind of in the same category as what 7.65 Mauser would be. You know, there's an obscure round that nobody's going to know. That's the round that this C96 fired. But basically, it's the same principle behind both of those rounds. The Soviets basically copied the German round for the Tokarev pistol. They're both neck down cartridges, about 30 caliber. And both of them could, depending on the weight of the bullet, could produce velocities similar to what a 357 Magnum would, but with a lighter bullet. But you don't want to get hit with one either way.
I don't want to get hit by any round. That's just my opinion. I don't care if it's a little 22. I still don't want to be hit by it. So Blitz has a question for us, asking if we think there's going to be an influx of used guns after all of this passes.
Possibly.
I'm going to say,
yeah, I was going to say, yeah, especially depending on what caliber people buy.
I think that there is a good possibility that there's going to be some. Now, my hope would be that at least 40% of the people that ran out and panic buyed remember the BS that they had to go through. And if they get rid of it, and all of a sudden something happens again, and now they go running out to panic buy, they're going to have to go through all that all over again. So I would kind of hope that they would stay in it.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the same kind of thing that happened, like I mentioned earlier, with the 10 millimeter, and this applies to all firearms. You're going to see basically the same kind of thing like what was seen in the 70s when Dirty Harry came out. People going out now and they're buying whatever they can get their hands on. You're going to have people that have bought 357, 44 Magnum, 10 millimeter, whatever other really high powered handgun calibers there are. Shoot them once, be like, ow! And as soon as this all passes, they're going to sell it because they're not used to it. The handguns they bought are too powerful for them, and they're going to realize, hey, I was an idiot to buy this gun, and they're going to sell it.
Or those guys that ran out and bought a Smith & Wesson 500 mag.
Well, that would be a high-powered handgun caliber.
Look, for a new shooter, buying a 40 caliber is probably a little bit much for a new shooter.
Depends on what gun they bought.
Well, not to bash a G23 or anything like that, but that's kind of a lighter gun to handle a 40 caliber if they're not used to it. So it's not very forgiving as far as recoil goes.
If they bought the H&K P30 in 40 cal, then they made a good choice.
Yeah,
or one of the older third-gen Smiths, so they can get a hold of one of those because they weigh like 3 pounds.
Smith & Wesson M&P aren't bad either, and they're 40 cal. I own a couple of those in 40 cal.
Heavier the gun, the better if you're shooting a powerful round.
Or a recoil spring.
Right.
I have a tungsten steel guide rod in my G23 that adds almost 2 pounds to the nose.
That helps some. Yeah.
I don't know if it adds 2 pounds. I mean, it's not that big.
2 pounds? Is that thing made out of lead or what?
No, but it's quite heavy up in that front nose.
No, he's just bragging.
Yeah.
It's about like a tractor. You add front end weights to it, so it'll hold it down. Have little pieces of lead you can slide over the Picatinny rail and stuff.
Full pull.
You just sounded like Jeff Dunham's puppet, Bubba J. By the way, if you haven't seen the video that Jeff Dunham did yesterday about the coronavirus with all the puppets giving their little them in front of the camera thing about the coronavirus and them being stuck indoors, watch it. It's freaking hilarious. Peanut absolutely losing his shit in the video, and Walter has some good political jabs like Bernie Sanders. So I mean, watch that video if you haven't seen it. It is hilarious. It's on his YouTube channel.
But I'll have to admit, I've never shot a G23. Got a 22.
Well, basically the same thing.
Shouldn't be a whole lot of difference. There's really, if you hold the two next to each other, there's not as much difference as you might think.
No, it's just got a little bit shorter barrel.
A little bit shorter, half-inch or so, I think. It looks like it's a lot bigger, but it's really not.
They still all look the same to me. It's either a Glock with a square slide or a Glock with a slightly less square slide.
You ever shoot one?
I did. I've shot one. It was a Glock something or other. It was a 9mm, like a 48, Glock 48, and it shot really well.
Yeah.
I was a little upset that I liked it, but
it's the old joke though. Glock makes one handgun, so they just making a different. Makes one handgun, they just making in different calibers.
Okay, so the tungsten guide rod weighs 53.29 grams.
Yeah, that's about 2
And
ounces.
what's that in ounces?
Ounce is about 28 grams, I think. So.
I have no idea. It's been too long since I had those math classes or science classes, for that matter.
If you've ever been on a diet, you'd know that.
I've never been on a diet, Gary.
No, skinny people don't have to go on diets.
I'm not super skinny. I've just never been on a diet. Kingpin's the super skinny beanpole in here, not me.
Well, his icon doesn't look that skinny.
It's a bowling pin.
Yeah.
That's not a bowling pin. My camera's on.
He's a funny looking fella, he is.
Oh, yeah.
Funny
I'm
pal.
an expert ventriloquist. I never move my mouth when I talk.
You shaved your head, too, apparently.
Hey, I've shaved my head before.
I just don't ever take the crown off.
Your hair was longer than that, Kingpin. Come on.
He sleeps with that crown on.
It's glued on. Well, if you had a fancy crown like that, you'd sleep with it too.
Yeah, I probably would.
Yeah, they just don't get it. And it's not a tiara.
No, it's not a tiara. That's a crown.
What do I know? I'm just a chicken.
A chicken packing an AK.
That is pretty impressive.
It's not an AK, it's an AR.
It should be an AK.
It's American.
We got a Glock, a bunch
The
of
world's
empty
tiniest
cases,
AR.
a mouse with an eye patch,
And a 380.
and a chicken.
A 380. I thought that was a little 25 ACP.
Yeah, Danger Mouse is a little small to be carrying a 380. It might be a 2mm Calibri.
I think DM's not listening right now, so he can't tell us what he's got
He
packing.
may fell asleep.
Probably.
I'm awake.
Oh, man, come on.
G Webs did this. He drew this for me off of my old logo that I had.
Oh, he did
And
that. Cool.
I asked him to give him a PPK, and he said he couldn't quite draw a PPK, so it's kind of in between a Makarov and a PPK.
The
It's
small
still probably
dude,
cheaper
I'm not
to-
sure you'd be able to tell the difference.
I'd still say it's chambered in 2mm Calibri because a mouse ain't gonna be able to handle too much bigger of a caliber than that.
Unless it's a damn big mouse.
The poor
That would be a
conservative.
rat. A New
the
York City rat, maybe. A mouse.
The poor conservative says no commie guns on our chicken.
That's right.
All I got to say about that is Kalashnikov is made in the United States. They do have Kalashnikov USA. So
Kalashnikov
therefore,
USA is not Kalashnikov concern. They're totally different companies. Kalashnikov USA is actually RWC, if I remember right, which was just a importer when Kalashnikov concern was banned under the Obama executive order, which also eventually hit Malat. They decided to go into business for themselves, making AKs instead of just importing them, and changed the name to Kalashnikov USA. And if the ban ever gets lifted and Kalashnikov concern starts importing back to the United States again, the CEO of the company has said that they plan on suing them for copyright infringement. But because they can't do business in the United States right now, the way the U.S. copyright laws are made, Kalashnikov concern has no case because they're not hurting their business. So there you go. But yeah, there are U.S. made AKs. You got Kalashnikov USA,
Palmetto
PSA.
State Armories.
Yeah. We're not going to mention Century because they suck. We're not going to. IO's not making AKs anymore. They're just doing AR-15s now for whatever reason. But their AKs weren't any damn good anyway. But, yeah. Then you got some that are still being made from parts kits and whatnot by companies like Rifle Dynamics, James River Armory, and some other places.
Century Arms is doing still some kits.
No, they're doing importing. They're doing importing in their U.S. made things. They still import the Romanians, but that's the only ones that Century imports anymore. Oh, and Arsenal is going to be making their AKs in the United States. Well, some of them anyway. Like the AK-20, I believe, is going to be made in the U.S. That's the one that's going to be a free-floated barrel.
Yep. Yeah. I think I got the corona. I'm coughing.
Uh-oh.
That's a bad thing about all this. This is the time of year when people get allergies and colds and everything else anyway.
Uh-huh.
I'm smoking a cigarette, so
I had a cold this last week, a little bit of a sinus issue, a mild sore throat, and it's like, just take care of yourself and ride it out. If it don't get better in a week or two, then worry about it. Otherwise, let it run its course. And it did, and I'm getting fine. So
Yeah, we talked about that the other night. We both were feeling a little under the weather.
tequila and orange juice, that will help with any colds.
yeah, I don't have any orange juice. There is tequila here. I
Or
didn't
just-
even realize it, but I looked up in the cabinet the other day. It's like, how long's that been up there? I haven't bought booze in over, oh God,
Blitz went to
dude,
domestic
17, 18 years. That's got to be really well aged.
and Blitz on that front. You got Zestova USA is going to be bringing in their AK chambered in that, and I'm trying to remember. I think PSA and Kalashnikov USA have both stated that they are going to be doing a Dragunov clone. So keep those in mind. Keep that in mind. I don't know if they're going to be doing an AK in 54R, but they both said that they were going to do a version of the Dragunov.
I appreciate what the AKs are and what they can do, but I don't like them. But the Dragunov is one commie gun that I would go for if I had the money.
I had a Dragunov pistol in my hand and had the option to purchase it, but I couldn't break the heart of the guy working at the gun store because he wanted to he ordered it for himself, but he just hadn't been able to put any down payment on it, and I could have just, ripped out his heart and bought the thing, but I allowed him to buy it. So, anyone else have any topics that they want to discuss?
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm just here for the beer.
Gary's here.
There's no beer.
Remind which kind.
I rode with Gary.
You poor guy.
Hey, out of the duo that rode the SHOT Show, you got the better of the two.
I like to think so.
Probably wouldn't be trapped in a gas chamber.
Yeah. Walter Davis says it's interesting that the symbol of communist oppression is being made in America. Well, here's an even better one for you. Kalashnikov's concern is making AR-15s. So, in essence, both countries are making the other one's rifle now.
Hell, there's some Chinese companies that are making AKs and ARs.
They've always made AKs. No, I don't know if any of them are making ARs, but they've made Chinese have been making AKs since, well, let's see, late 50s, early 60s. I mean, that's. Chinese also had the Dragunov. And, of course, they had the SKS. And the Mosin. So whatever the Russians had for a long time, the Chinese had too, because they were allied at one point, and then somewhere along the line they got mad at each other, and the Chinese just kept making the stuff anyway, even after they lost the licenses to do it. That was one of the first things that the Chinese said: we don't give a shit if we have the licenses or not. We're gonna make it anyway.
Yeah, they don't care.
Yeah, you've got the Chinese Norinco.
What kind of hollow points do you guys use versus what you've tried in your CCWs? Mostly Hornady Critical Defense for me.
I use Minuteman ammo.
Depends on which gun.
Yeah, there's one or two guns that I use Federal Premium.
Yeah, I got my Taurus G2C on my side. It's loaded with Federal HSTs.
And my 40 cal is actually loaded up with SIG V Crown, which is pretty decent ammo.
Yeah, I've shown these before. This is what goes in my 40s. 135 grain bullet moving at an advertised 1,325 feet per second. Actually, chronoed it faster. You're talking 357 light 357 Magnum velocities out of this stuff.
And my shotguns are running. Let's see, double aught buck.
Yeah, speaking of
State, Walmart Estate brand, the cheapy stuff. I don't care. I'm just gonna blow it out the end of the gun.
Yeah, this is what goes in my 357.
Spear dot.
Spear gold dot. Yeah.
That's a decent ammo too.
That's what I like. I like the Minuteman, and then I have right now. I've got the Hornady Critical Defense in mine, but I'll run the Minuteman 155 or 165 Critical Defense.
Whatever you do, if you're going to change up your defense ammo, make sure and shoot some of it through your gun. Make sure it cycles. Make sure you know that it hits on the point of aim and stuff. Or if it's not going to, is it going to be run high or low?
Yeah.
Don't surprise yourself when you go to have to use that thing.
Yep. You always got to practice with what you are going to carry.
I always recommend get an extra box and just take it to the range, shoot one box through it, make sure it cycles good.
And this is what's in my 380 right now.
Yeah, that's what I do. That's what I carry my
The
3.
90 grain.
Yep. Yeah, the Underwoods Ozzy was talking about, those are those ones that look like a Phillips screwdriver coming at you.
Yeah. And they're expensive.
Walter says he wants a Kalashnikov AR.
What do you carry in your 22s?
CCI.
For the most part, yeah, although I've got a little bit of everything. That's the one thing I know is going to go boom if I pull that trigger. CCI will always go boom.
Yeah, I just stick to CCI in 22. I won't get anything else. But I think that's just more of a personal choice. I have been looking at the Federal black box to, give it a shot, but
if you're just plinking with it, about anything will do. If you actually think you might have to defend yourself with it, put something in there you know is going to go bang when you pull that trigger.
Yep.
It's way more important than ballistics or anything else with a 22. Is it going to go bang?
Didn't Daewoo make cars?
They
Yeah.
made everything.
Not real good cars either.
I just saw Daewoo on the screen from Blitz, and I was just thinking, oh.
Yeah, they had TV sets too, didn't they? And
TVs, radios, cars, firearms, ovens, microwaves. They literally made everything in South Korea. They were making.
surprised they didn't make underwear.
They probably did. You just didn't hear about it.
I wouldn't wear
They were this big conglomerate that made all.
it.
kinds-
Looms for me, guys.
They basically owned factories that made the stuff and had their name on it.
Agula. Yeah, I have a lot of Agula.
Yeah, exactly. Daewoo is like GE in Korea.
Yeah, but when was the last time you saw a GE car?
Well, that was like the one thing GE didn't make, and GE did make tanks.
Yeah, but a lot of those.
Or in World War II, GE was making tanks.
Yeah, a lot of those, companies back in World War II were reallocated to making, different things.
Yeah, GE made 1911s. They made Garens. I mean, they made a lot of stuff during World War II.
Oh, and Remington Rand was making guns, weren't they?
Garand just designed the thing. He didn't actually own a company. It was made by Remington made them, Winchester made them, GE made them. And there was a buttload of companies that were popping at Garand's left and right. For the war.
Anybody who had a factory that wasn't making anything essential, they converted it over to war production. And they did a darn good job doing it, too.
Yeah, I mean, Ford and GM were both making Shermans and Stuart tanks.
When you consider we went from late 1941, when we were essentially screwed, to in 4 years, basically out producing everybody in the world and doing it with people who weren't able enough to be put into the military, basically.
Yeah,
Or women.
And that's why Hitler
Yeah.
did not want the U.S. drawn into the war. And the Japanese went and screwed that up.
Yeah, because we could throw everything we wanted to at it, and we could make it work.
It's
and
like
nobody, and for the war machines that they had at the time, we were untouchable.
Yep.
it's like the old saying goes, "Let the sleeping dog lie."
Don't wake the sleeping giant, which is what Yamamoto actually did say. He didn't. The whole rifle behind every blade of grass is a myth that came from a movie. He never actually said that part, but he did say we have just woken the sleeping giant. He was not in favor of the attack on Pearl Harbor, even though he was leading it.
I had an economics professor once. He said some of the best performing times for the United States as far as economics goes was during wartime, because they could put people to work and gear up factories faster than anybody if they thought they had to for a national emergency.
The rest of the world was recovering from the Great Depression. The United States wasn't, because Roosevelt's policies weren't working. They were making things worse. If you look at the unemployment rate in 1932 and compared that to the unemployment rate in 1938, it had gotten drastically worse. It was recovering by 1932. It took a downfall from 1932 and kept dropping after.
Hoover had done some good things.
Yeah, but Hoover got all the blame, so Hoover lost.
Yeah.
Re-election. And what brought the United States out of the Depression? Japan attacking Pearl Harbor.
Yep. Because the sentiment in the United States at the time, they were tired of, they'd just been through World War I. Most of the sentiment was, we don't want to get involved in this. This is their war. Let's stay out of it. Then we got drug into it. It's like, okay, you started it, we'll finish it.
Ghost put out a new video, top 5 handguns, new gun owners.
Yeah, you get a lot of channels doing that.
A lot of people are doing that series, and they don't often agree. Of course, everybody's got their own opinion on stuff like that.
Yeah. It's funny, the firearms blog is doing those kind of things, but they're doing it from a comedic standpoint.
Yeah, I saw some of their stuff. The 5 guns to not buy in a...
Yeah.
That was funny.
He did have some valid points, though, on some of those.
Yeah, he did.
Like the revolver one. Especially when he was talking about you get the small little 357s like we were talking earlier. Or even the in like the Airweight 38, which he didn't mention. The Airweight 38 is not something you want to put in the hands of a new shooter.
Unless you want him to quit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's only a 38. Yeah, and the gun only weighs 13 ounces.
I've got a standard weight 38, and if you put heavy enough loads in it, yeah, it'll rock your world. I cannot imagine going to a lightweight gun and trying to shoot it.
Yeah, that's one of the guns my wife had, and I shot that thing a couple of times, and it hurt. Remember, I got damage in my elbow, so I have a reason why it hurt, but I wouldn't put one of those in the hands of a new shooter.
If your first gun's going to be a revolver, get a full-size revolver, not a little.
Get at least a 4-inch or a 3-inch.
Yeah, then you'd be okay.
Yeah, you can conceal carry a 3-inch revolver. That's not an issue. Something like the Smith & Wesson 19 carry comp.
A lot of people think you can't.
Revolver, mind you, but it's definitely a carryable one.
Yeah, a lot of people think you can't IWB a revolver. You certainly can.
Yes, you can.
Would you IWB a Taurus Jugs?
No.
I wouldn't carry one unless I was in snake country using it as a snake gun. That would be the only reason why I would have a jug.
And
I
I
want to
can
be carrying
snake
it for
shot in
severe.
my 38. I've got some.
I'm not a fan of shot. Not talking shotgun shots. I'm talking about the pistol one. Snob swears by them. I won't use them.
For my KSG, I keep a birdshot in it.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
But shot shells for a handgun, they either will not feed reliably in a handgun in a semi-auto, or they can get stuck in your cylinder because they use aluminum cases. If they were a brass case, that would be a totally different story. But they are not brass case; they are aluminum case, and they will swell and jam in your cylinder. I don't care what Snob says; you will never see me buying a box of shot shells or in a handgun.
I like what that video said about shotgun. Said, yeah, you probably remember your grandpa's shotgun when you shot it with birdshot in it, but it's a whole other world when you load it up with double aught buck and try to shoot it 2 or 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
I have a video of me putting 3-inch high velocity double aught buck Federal Premium through that KSG, and my God, did that thing rock me.
Oh yeah, my son had a KSG. Notice I said had.
Now, like, I ran 2 3/4 Suprema through it, and it didn't kick at all. It felt like I was shooting a 22. I mean, I was firing it off the hip, no problem. But I shouldered up that 3-inch thinking, that's not going to be too horrible. And I wasn't braced. I didn't take a shooter stance. I was just kind of, lollygagging, just kind of being a dumbass. And I rocked that first round, and oh my God.
Yeah. My son had to have the KSG because Call of Duty, So, yeah, he got to where we were actually shooting it, and he's like, nope. And he sold that thing.
I love my KSG. I'm not going to go shoot trap with it, but,
well,
it's still fun.
You get the KSG 25.
Well, even with the KSG, I mean, it's still running, an 18.5-inch barrel.
Yeah, well, you don't use an 18.5-inch barrel for trap. I mean, the KSG 25, that's a 30-inch barrel, and it's smaller than what a Mossberg 500 with an 18.5-inch barrel is. So you could shoot trap with that one legitimately.
Ooh. Death toll now 13, 65 new cases announced today, with a total of 479 total confirmed cases in the state of Oregon. So that was what just popped up on my screen.
Kind of sobering.
So, but
yeah, don't watch the news. It's bad. They won't report anything that's good because it doesn't fit into their idea.
Wow. 22-year-old was killed in a vehicle rollover after it went down a 150-foot embankment.
That'll do it.
Driver charged with DUI. So more likely than not, they were higher than a kite. Or on their cell phone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pump your own damn gas.
Crap! Oregonians are going to have to start pumping our own gas.
Come on, let's go back to Washington.
Oh no.
I mean,
Oh.
I think we're going to be in the third world country. What the hell? I go to the gas station. I give them my card. I tell them what kind of gas. They pump it.
Welcome to our world. We don't have full service gas stations.
I used to live in Washington. I grew up pumping my own damn gas. Now I'm pretty damn lazy about it, and I just go and let somebody else pump my damn gas.
Well,
I've had to show people from Oregon how to pump gas at a gas station.
Yeah,
I mean, more than one time.
Yeah.
We don't pump gas. We sit in our car. We sit in our car. We hand money out the window and tell them what we want.
Yeah. Now this brings up the question: did New Jersey make gas pumpers an essential job since it's against the law to pump your own gas in New Jersey?
Well, Oregon is against the law to pump your gas, except in certain areas along like 84 where they allowed, just like last year, they started allowing people to pump their own gas if they wanted. So,
Yeah, but New Jersey, it's illegal in the entire state to pump your own gas. You are not allowed to do it. You get a pretty hefty fine in that state if you're caught pumping your own gas.
well, that's the way Oregon is, because of the fact the insurance liability. See, I used to work in a gas station in the state of Washington, and for every pump that we had to have $1.2 million insurance on every pump to be able to cover any kind of vehicle that would to come into your gas station.
Yeah, I haven't seen a full service gas station since I was a kid.
Blitz says, pump your own gas like the savages. And yes, that was my wife laughing in the background.
I'd love to talk about your rifle there, Mr. FNH. Problem is, I don't have any experience with the M&P 1522.
I know.
Can't talk about something never used,
Here's the deal, Mr. FNH. Send me your rifle. I will try it out, and then I will let you know what I think of it. Then I will forward it on to Rich, who will try it out. Then he will forward it to DM Faust, who will try it out, and so on and so on. And maybe in about a year and a half, you might get your rifle back.
And
Or
then we
he
can
could-
talk about it.
He could just come on and talk about it.
That is another option, but I like my choice.
Yeah, G23 just sounds more fun.
He says, "Oh hell no."
Now you got him asking for the link.
The poor conservative says there's a reason why people in Oregon and New Jersey don't pump gas. Yes, because it's called, we want to put more people to work and keep them working. We don't need to have a high unemployment rate.
No, it's because they're afraid the average person's going to spill gas on the ground and hurt their precious environment. Never mind Newark in Hoboken.
My favorite one is the people that are pumping their gas with a cigarette in their mouth and talking on a cell phone.
Yeah, there's that too, probably. That probably has a large part to play in that.
Yeah.
You don't know how quick I've hit a stop all pumps because of seeing something like that. Mr. F&H says he'll hop in a few minutes. Ooh, he just got it back for a barrel replacement. So, like, I know I've been looking at the 4006, CHP, and I think if I get a Trump check, I will help with the economy by buying one.
Meh.
Midnight wants us to talk about something he's interested in. We don't talk about grits on this show. Not very often.
Those CHP guns just don't interest me at all.
Oh, they're sweet.
Have a good night. Have a good night, poor conservative.
Yeah, those old Smith and Wesson semi-autos with the just never. Yeah, no, okay, whatever. This is now I'm starting to sound like Armin and Axis. Good lord, but they just never appealed to me. I don't know why. There's something about them. I'll pass.
Okay, somebody who has a blue wrench needs to definitely time out Midnight Range. Grits are not for losers.
Oh, God,
Grits are definitely from the South. You have to be from the South.
I do not like grits.
I don't care for them either.
You can kiss my grits.
I mean, cheese grits with a little bit of butter and pepper, great.
Tell you what I did this morning. I made some Bisquick biscuits, and then I cooked some sausage patties and used the grease left over to make myself some gravy. Ooh, boy. It's good stuff. Homemade biscuits and gravy.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Technically, midnight's not wrong. Technically, midnight's not wrong, historically speaking.
And Ozzy says, do the gas stations still have air hoses? No. I mean, there probably is some of them that do, but most of them, no.
We was kids, we used to jump on those air hoses and make the bell ring.
Yeah, they probably use a laser for that now.
Well, most of them just have people out there. They have somebody outside at the pumps that, is just stationed there.
But then they can get cold. And then what? Then they catch the corona because they're outside.
They have little shacks that they can go in and have clear views of all the gas station pumps. So they can still stay warm. They can still, not get. And most of the gas stations down here have like awnings that cover over so that, when you pull in, the workers aren't out in the, rain, snow, whatever.
It still gets cold.
Wear a coat.
They still expect the corona outside. Come on. We all know corona can't get inside if you're only in there by yourself. Because people seem to have this idea that that's the way air works.
But Midnight hasn't given us any topics that he would like for us to discuss.
Unless he's wanting us to talk about the Civil War.
Yeah. Him and those damn Yankees.
Hey, I'm a Yankee. So's Gary, technically.
Yeah, although my state was kind of back and forth on that. We fought a lot of border wars over that with Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
My state was still part of Oregon.
Yeah, I don't think either one of these states were even thought of back
There
when
was
that
the
was going on.
Oregon Territory.
Yeah, U.S. territory.
Yeah, now he's talking about the band damn Yankees.
Yeah. The only one nobody had never heard of before that was the drummer, and I still can't remember that guy's name. Michael something or other.
Where's his wife to keep him under control?
Only one dude from Night Ranger Midnight. Jack Blades.
What about him?
What about who?
Jack Blades.
He was the guy from Night Ranger
Yeah.
that was in Damn Yankees.
Yeah, and
And
then
they-
there's Tommy Shaw.
Night Ranger, there was only one guy from Night Ranger.
Right.
I mean, it was a 4-piece band. Can't have more than one guy from Night Ranger if it's a 4-piece band, and we already named the other 3 people. Yeah, they had Michael, what's his name, who was the drummer, Ted Nugent, Tommy Shaw, and Jack Blades.
Let's just look it up.
So, if you had a chance to spend the day with Ted Nugent and go shooting and, just hang out with him, would you do it?
Sure, why not?
DM?
Yeah, go hang out.
Gizzard, would you go and hang out with Ted Nugent and go shooting? And
Heck yeah.
we know Kingpin. He probably wouldn't.
I probably would. He's not my favorite person. Really don't care for him too much, but if he called me and said, "Hey, come out to my range and let's go shooting," I'm not a fool. I'd go.
Hell yeah, I'd be definitely videoing that or live streaming for that. Yeah, Walter. Most of my dad's side of the family is from down south, down in Louisiana. So I got family down in the south too, but I was born in Everett, raised in Washington, and have spent my time all over the United States. If you could pick one state to travel to, what state would you be going to? Anyone?
Nothing comes to mind.
I was talking about like a vacation like this to go visit.
Yeah, just to go and sightsee or, visit family if you got family there, whatever.
If I was going to take a vacation, I'd go to Hawaii. If I was going to move, I'd move to Arizona. If I couldn't move to Arizona, I'd move to North Carolina.
Before all this nonsense, my wife wanted to go back up to PA and hit the Gettysburg and then take the kids up to the National Civil War Museum and then go eat take them to Midnight's restaurant. So I guess PA, somewhere we would go. She's got her vacation coming up in April, a couple of weeks, but that all went to hell.
Well, Blitz, it depends on where in Montana. If you go into like Bozeman or Missoula, Billings, you're going to see a hell of a lot of people. But if you get out into the suburbs, and you get out in the outskirts, yeah, Montana's pretty open. I have been to Montana. If it was me, I don't know. Either I would go Missouri or Louisiana would be where I would go if I was going to relocate. If I was going on vacation, I would probably go back to South Carolina. The only reason why I would go to Hawaii would be to see Pearl Harbor.
Hawaii's too damn expensive.
I have no other interest to go to Hawaii than to go to Pearl Harbor. That'd be my only reason.
Go to Punch Bowl, the cemetery up there. It's awesome.
I've been to the Devil's Punch Bowl right there in Oregon.
Well, the one at Hawaii is a military cemetery, and they've got these mosaics at one end. These huge mosaics of different battles, and shows a path of Japanese and U.S. I think. And then there's a spot where you can overlook, I think, Diamond Head from up there. That's where my dad's buried up there.
Jacob says he's 3.5 hours behind.
Jacob's going clay shooting with his uncle tomorrow. I got a show to do tomorrow.
I got to do all my prepping for getting ready to go back to work next week. I don't get to stay home.
I work at home. I stay at home. Home is what I do.
Yeah, I'm one of those essential workers that has get out of Auschwitz papers. Oh, I guess we have Mr. F&H. Welcome, Mr. F&H.
What's up, guys? I got a fucking airsoft. Here's something right off the bat for new gun people. It's like $15. Anybody can practice drawing this at their house, aiming down the sights.
I got one of those.
Yeah, I literally got this because it's a FNS 9.
Yeah, I was checking
I'm a little bit of an FN freak, as you can tell.
Yeah, at the Great American Outdoor Show, I was checking out the SIG airsoft guns, the ones that are the trainers for use with, to mimic the actual firearms. Those are pretty sweet. They're all metal. They're metal framed and stuff. They're, they feel just like the actual handgun. Like this 226 feels like a 226. You know what I mean? It has the same weight and everything.
I want that Tippmann. Oh God, I don't know the model off the top of my head, but the Tippmann AR pistol. No, nobody. That doesn't ring a bell in here. Okay, Tippmann makes this AR pistol that has the weight of a real AR, and it's supposed to have all the proper ergonomics. But I'm kind of torn because what's that?
Is that Tippmann 22? It's a
22
caliber.
Yep.
Yeah, that looked pretty sweet.
I really wanted. It's like $550 online. So imagine you're gonna have like $600 sunk in this thing before you have any mags or ammo if you're a new person. But that's not. It's not terrible for what it is. It sounds outrageous at first, but then I just started looking into, well, how much is it to upgrade to a free float, like M-Lock rail, for example, for this 1522 next to me that I'm not touching in any way. It just happens to be sitting there. Freaking, that's like $150 to upgrade the rail on that. So you're looking at like a $350 gun already, and then sinking. You know what I mean? So at least with that Tipman, it looks like you're getting all metal stuff or all aluminum stuff right out of the gate, rather. But I was just looking into this, and Joe Bob's has magazines for like $15 and like $90 free shipping. 90 plus. So, woohoo! I'm getting $100 and some worth of Smith & Wesson mags.
Ooh.
Then I'll be able to shoot like 300. I was wrong. I like miscalculated. I'll be able to shoot like 365 rounds between like reloading magazines, which that's like really fun when you have a little plinker range like I do. Or, well, let's be honest, I have kind of a serious range.
It looks like we're stepping on Travis P11's toes.
Yeah,
Is he live streaming right now?
Yeah.
Well, bless his heart.
He should know that Saturday evenings are mine.
I mean, I feel like, we're all in America, like, trapped in this epidemic right now. People are just going to have to, move about freely, so to speak.
He's just doing a Patreon draw, and he'll only be a few minutes.
Yeah, that doesn't take long.
But so this 1522 next to me, that's what that is. This is Smith & Wesson M&P 1522. And, that is so fun to shoot. I'm telling you, it's been Smith & Wesson for a long-ass time, so I really haven't shot it. I test-fired it when I first got it back, and then today when I popped it out of the safe, I realized the freaking flash suppressor on it was loose, which is like, come on, Smith & Wesson, like, this is your fucking job. You've only had it for months. Tighten the flash suppressor. But I digress. So tighten that up, take it out, zero the sights. And this is a Gen 1 version, so it came with like some really old school like fixed iron sights and like a quad rail. So right now it's like rocking a fucking vertical grip and like a Plinker Tactical 35 round mag that are discontinued. When I was clicking through looking for mags, Gun Mag Warehouse, I think it was, they fucking blew those 35 round mags out for this thing for like, it was like $13 a mag or something. I mean, I would have bought 10 of them. Like the thing that sucks is the follower, the little bolt hold open follower. It's like basically like a little thumb on the back of the follower. Mm-hmm. And so that always breaks off because you have to use like a mag loader to load this damn thing. It's so difficult. And so those end up breaking off. And I'm sure that's why. I mean, the mag runs fucking great, but you'll just get a click on the last round a lot of times.
Yeah, I know. When I got my SGM mags, I went to Mag Warehouse, and they do have really good prices on their mags.
I found out this little air gun actually has the power to shoot through wicker furniture. So there's that. Fucking rules of gun safety. Don't fire at anything you're not willing to destroy, or aim at anything. Rather, I was aiming at freaking lawn chairs or whatever furniture, outdoor furniture.
Well, at least it's not super expensive to replace.
At least it wasn't like the TV or something stupid.
You definitely should try doing shooting the bad guy on your TV. The bigger the TV, the better.
Now, Yankee Marshall always talks about dry firing his guns, like watching TV. Like he used to talk about watching The Walking Dead, shooting all the zombies in the head.
We got a question from Jacob Best. He wants to know if anybody knows the usual price of 22 long rifle by Arms Corps. I don't know offhand.
I don't.
I've told him he wants to know what?
What the typical price of a 22 long rifle on Arms Corps is.
Arms Corps, is that a website? Or is
the
that, no,
brand.
that's ammo. Yeah, we're talking ammo brand there. I'm going to say $40 for a
Yes.
brick of 500 rounds, give or take taxes if you're buying it in store or shipping.
That's
That's what I'm in a
little high.
ballpark. Now that was before this current run on ammunition. All
I
this
don't
stuff's
know.
going
but
crazy.
I don't know if it'll be that high. I've paid 18 for a thing of 500
It's true.
Federal.
I used to buy Remington for like $18 a box or $14 a box of 500. So it really depends if you catch it on a sale or if we're talking MSRP in a gun store, because that can really, I mean, the prices of ammo for like 45, for instance, can go anywhere from like $15 a box online if you're buying in bulk to like 30 plus tax.
Armscore is usually a cheaper brand, though, so I don't see that going for that high.
Okay, I could be wrong. I don't fucking buy Armscore. My apologies.
Yeah,
Probably also 20.
I can go to my local store and pick up Federal black box 1100 round. I think it's like $49.99 for 1100 rounds.
That's like an awesome price.
Yeah.
Is that M22 ammo? I think it was called.
It's just the Federal black box. It's a solid black box, and then.
Speaking of Federal, I did have a bunch of weird failures with the hollow points where I was getting light strikes. So I don't know if something's up with my gun, like it needs cleaned.
Yeah, the Armscore, they're the parent company of ATI and what else? Rock Island and that whole group.
ATI Schmeiser mags, that comes to mind. Does anybody have any experience with the 60 round ATI Schmeisers?
Nope.
For AR-15s, they are freaking awesome. They're really hard to load, like really, really hard. Like you're gonna have to have a Lula loader, and even then you're probably gonna. Yeah, they're imported by ATI.
Yeah, this is a different ATI.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, the ATI you're thinking of is ATI Outdoors, probably. This is.
I didn't realize more than one.
Yeah, there's two different ATIs out there. You got the one that's the firearms company that makes the 45s. And then you have ATI Outdoors, which makes firearms accessories.
Okay, like that. I take it the one that makes the 45s also makes like that ATI GSG little 1911 pistol.
Yeah.
I just saw Burst Review had a picture of that thing suppressed with a freaking Olight. Had like a laser flashlight on the bottom of it. It kind of looked like 10 pounds of shit on a 5-pound pig, but whatever. I mean, it was kind of cool too, where I was like, tactical 1911 22 thing.
Yeah, Jacob said that he was asking because his local gun shop just sold him 50 rounds for $3.
That's not bad at all.
Okay, so was that 10 of those? Is that right? Yeah, so he paid $30 plus. Yeah. I mean, I assume he paid $30 plus tax. That sounds like they did him right.
Yeah. Walter says that Armscore is more of a premium. I don't know. I've seen some pretty cheap Armscore ammo, so I don't know how premium it is.
Paul from Legally Armed America, he really reps the shit out of that brand. Like, he says they're consistent as hell.
Yeah.
So he doesn't talk about the 22 ammo that I know of, but I'm guessing he shoots it.
Around here, Armscore is always priced cheaper than some of the other manufacturers like Federal and whatnot when it comes to their full metal jacket ammo. So.
Well, that Remington Thunderbolt. So I left a comment before I came in here. I just got the gun back from the factory because I got a new barrel. And no lie, I've shot easily 30,000 rounds through this rifle next to me. I mean, no lie. It's probably way more than 30,000. I'm just guessing at this point because, who the fuck keeps track of their 32 or their 22 when you have a private range like me, you might blast off 500 rounds in like, I don't know, an hour or something. Just, you know what I mean? It's easy just to sit down and keep reloading your mags and then go out there and do a bunch of drills. And it's really fun to like practice your recoil control, which you wouldn't think that there is any, but there is enough movement because it's like a blowback design that you can feel that bolt kind of shaking around inside of it. And like it's just enough you can feel the sights kind of waver a little bit. So it is nice to really like lock in, you know what I mean? Kind of like think of dry fire, but instead the gun's actually firing and you're shooting steel targets at like close range. Yeah. You can do like movement drills and all kinds of shit. And like
some of that felt recoils, the bolt moving itself. That's the thing with blowbacks.
you'll feel recoil that's not actually there because of the mass of the bolt moving.
But if you really hunker down the rifle, like when you're shooting, it's just brilliant how fast you can fire this thing, and like stay on target.
Yeah. The bolt moving, that's one of the things that makes a delayed roller lock blowback superior to a standard blowback, is because eats some of that recoil before it starts to move that bolt, so you don't get as heavy of a recoil impulse, like on the MP5 compared to, say, an AR in 9mm.
Okay. Well, sorry, I sidetracked myself from my original point. So back to the Golden Sabers, or the Remington Thunderbolt, 22s. So I'm shooting one day this rifle, and I mean, I'll take it to the indoor range. Like I'm a member of the gun club. Like if you guys can't tell, I really like guns, and I like to shoot my guns. So like I'm at the gun club one day, and I'm just like fucking up these targets. I mean, I'm just having a great time. Like, and next thing I know, and I'm that guy that, like, if you've ever been to the indoor range where like you have the targets you can like tape up to your paper or to your cardboard stand and then like send it out to whatever yardage you choose, like on a tether, and bring it back. And so I'm that guy that like constantly be like bringing my target back to tape that shit off so that I can send it out as a fresh target and verify my shots right away. And so one day, no lie, at like probably like 7 yards, all of a sudden this rifle's like, it's seriously like shooting 7 inches left of the head and 7 inches right of the head, just back and forth. Like, what the fuck is going on here? My gun is broken. And I check, and there's like so much lead buildup inside the barrel that like it just looks like a crazy crescent moon inside there. I'm like, I'm not sure how I was getting lead downrange. But so then, like a dumbass, I go home and I try to take like a 17 HMR cleaning rod and try to like poke it through there, thinking like I'll knock some of that lead out first. And I used a bunch of and it worked. And so I got a cleaning rod down at like a 22 rod somehow, like a patch. And I put, what the hell was that? Slip 2000. It's got like some kind of lead blaster. And so I put that shit in there. And it was only like, you're supposed to basically rinse and repeat that. And next thing I know, my fucking cleaning rod, like with the bore brush, like gets stuck in there. And so now I'm like at a real debacle where I should have just took the damn thing to my gunsmith or, you know what I mean, done anything different. But instead I'm like knocking on it with like a little mallet and stuff. And like trying to be gentle, and I fucking break the cleaning rod, like clean the hell off flush. So now I have to send this thing back to Smith & Wesson, and it was like $238 or some shit to get it diagnosed, barrel replaced, and shipped back to my house, which that's a funny story. When you break your own gun and send it to the manufacturer, they can actually ship it directly to your door with just an adult signature. So you can actually get a firearm through the mail, but it's because you already own it, and there's already been an FFL transfer. There's no... it's like the manufacturer already sold it. So anyways, I am pretty fucking happy to have it back, though, I'll tell you that. Like, and that tells me a lot. And so this is the first AR that I ever bought, like back in 2013 when they were talking about banning the shit out of guns. That's when I really looked into like, there might be something to an AR. And I bought this little 22 because I wanted my kids to have it when they grew up. And instead, it just like totally opened up Pandora's box where it's like, I love ARs. They're fucking America's rifle. Do you guys feel that way, or are you guys like total gun fuds and you're like, double barrel shotgun 1911, buddy, it's all you'll ever need in your fucking home?
I've never been an AR person, but I've actually kind of been leaning to getting an AR. I'm more of an AK fan, but
that's a gun.
Everybody should be. I don't think anyone is like, oh, you should only own, shotguns. You should only own this. No, everyone should be able to own whatever the hell they want. And, what my opinion is doesn't matter. If I don't like something, and you do, more power to you. We can still agree to disagree, but, that gun still should be able to be sold no matter what. I don't care if it's fully automatic or, a single shot break top. If that's what you want, and you have the money, that's what you should be able to have.
Yeah, I would love to have a machine gun, but I have a machine gun story. So we're looking through my uncles were looking through family photos on Christmas one year. They called me into the back room, and they've got this Polaroid. In 1982, the year I was born, because I'm an old motherfucker, my uncle is holding an M16, and he has this big-ass smile on his face. And I asked where the hell this machine gun is today, and the story is that was 1982, right? He receives it. It was like a $500 rifle back then, and it was select fire. It had the 3-round burst or semi. And so 2 years goes by. He said he doesn't shoot the rifle much, and he ends up trading it. He thinks he's going to get into like competition shooting, some kind of like 3-gun or something. I don't know what the hell he thought. So he trades it for this damn like 1911 that he claims was worth like $5,000. So it was like the trade of the century. And then another 2 years passes. He never got into 3-gun or whatever this competition shooting was. And they end up banning those guns. So basically within, a matter of 4 years of owning a machine gun, like the very last machine gun or only machine gun really that our family would own, it gets traded off, and all of a sudden guns are fucking outlawed, and they're not really outlawed, but they're like legislated to the point of non-existence, because most of the guns, the story is that people didn't register them, so they went underground. So there's a black market hole where a bunch of guns just fell into the river, so to speak. And that legit could have happened. People could have destroyed them because they said, I'm not registering that, or they missed the period and they couldn't. And, amnesty was over. There was a brief amnesty, I believe. And, but yeah, it's just a sad story of how, like, we had a machine gun legit in our family. And if he hadn't traded it off, for a different gun, which I understand, I'm sure everybody here has probably traded one gun off at one time or another. But that's the one that like really hurt. And there's another one where, I had a single shot. It was like a 16 gauge or something odd that my grandfather gave me, and I traded it off. And that's like, that hurts when you think about that you'll never get that one back. But, I have the memory, and he was a good guy. And that's why I'm into guns. My grandfather was a huge gun person. Like, makes all of us look like little insignificant pusses here. Like, he had over 200 milsurps and bolt actions and lever guns when I was a small child. And that was just, according to my uncles, he was trying to collect them all.
Yeah, my grandpa had a lot of guns when I was growing up. I saw him one time because he was down in Louisiana and I was up in Washington. So I didn't get to know him as well as I would have liked to.
Oh man. No, it was cool growing up. Like the rule was basically you had all these guns. And as a small child, like say like age 6, I'd walk around his house and it was like decorated with guns, like floor to ceiling, like you would see a pawn shop. And basically the rule was don't touch nothing, but you're welcome to come and ask me about anything. And I'm happy to show you, because he was like me. He loved to talk about guns. That was his passion. He was always either at the kitchen table or laid back on his bed with a newspaper and like literally either a cuckoo clock or a gun fully exploded. Just fucking tinkering on is what he called it. It's like, it was awesome. He would restore shit that was like in terrible condition and bring it back to where it was like totally usable. Like, you think of a record player that had been found in a barn, gone basically, and he would fully restore this thing where it's like beautiful and you never knew it was destroyed.
Yeah, restoring firearms would be a fun passion to get into,
Yeah. Sadly, that time has gotten more expensive. That time is gone, like when it was affordable hobby. I think Century, people talked about back in the day, like a lot of gunsmiths got into gunsmithing because they would buy some kind of basically like guns that were considered gun parts from Century Arms and other importers like that, where they would have like just junk that they were trying to offload, and you could just buy it up.
They're discussing that people born in the 80s in the chat.
I can't see the chat. Is it a good thing or a bad thing?
They're saying that people that were born in the 80s are young, not old.
Fuck
no,
yeah.
I was born in 80. I am pushing 40 years old. I'm getting old.
Dude, my dick still works.
Well, yeah, I'm not.
I ain't old yet. I'm not. I'm old in theory, not in use. Old but not obsolete. It's my sad Arnold.
Rich White says he was born in 74.
Fucking rock out, man. Dude, I'm telling you, for $15, this little FN air gun is like fucking awesome.
So I think Gary's the only one older than me then here.
Yeah, Gary's like 50 something, I think.
Ozzy's older than you, but he's not on the panel.
I'm Ozzy. I'm Ozzy.
I am 60.
Sorry, that was my Ozzy impersonation.
Oh,
sorry. I'm Ozzy.
Weston, you need to work on your math there, brother. If you were born in 78, you're not 78.
I graduated high school in 78.
Damn. And he bought a 78 Trans Am that year. So you guys gonna all rush out and buy the Smith & Wesson M&P 1522 now? Because I think you can legit, like, if somebody can look up on a PC, I think on like GunPro deals, maybe you can get it for like under $350 shipped with like a red dot. I think it was a red dot / green dot, like AR type sight. It might have came with flip up sights. I can't remember if it came with that or not, but it also came with like a bag. So it came with some kind of a carrying case for like straight up like $350. And a lifetime warranty. Unless you destroy the barrel and then admit to it. If I'd have just said it came that way, maybe.
Cabela's has one for $349.99 to $479.99.
Like I said, this was GunPro deals or Grab a Gun. One of them had it really cheap.
Got a little bit of
it might have been Palmetto State Armory, actually. Sorry, what was that?
Got a little bit of breaking news. According to Jared from Guns and Gadgets, the federal government just deemed all firearms and firearms-related stuff essential.
Yes, they
good.
did. I've
been saying that. I was
from
like, how did
GOA.
groceries become more essential than the Second Amendment, which we never had groceries in the Constitution?
Well, PSA, they're out of stock.
Yeah, that would happen. I'm telling you, they were. Because I was on the fence of, do I even get this gun repaired, or do I just keep it as a parts gun and buy a whole new gun for that price?
No.
And I was real close. But one of these days, I'm going to get around to calling Remington and demanding a fucking check for the barrel, because I've still got, I've got the barrel, I've got the receipt and all that. It's totally legit. They owe me a fucking barrel because that ammo just and so Fun with Guns, actually, if anybody's familiar with the awesome gun channel, or it's like a gun and prepping and information type channel called Fun with Guns, he did like a nice little video on it where like they destroyed one of his barrels. It was for, I'm trying to think of what that was. It's like a Sig Mosquito, but it's not. It's an off-brand little Sig trainer pistol. But anyways, it destroyed one of his barrels, and he straight up demanded it and got a check for it, and they replaced all his ammo, and they explained that some of their ammo had went out without being lubricated, and it's a lead bullet. So that's how the lead builds up. So this is to me, this is a documented thing, like fucking pay up. I just need to call them up, and, they're absolutely not going to give me my money if I don't call them. But I'll do an update video if I actually get money out of them.
Here's a question based on what Kingpin was just talking about with the federal government declaring firearms essential. Is that going to force New York to allow Remington to reopen?
You would think so.
I would expect.
And Grab a Gun has that rifle for $339.
Fuck yeah. Does it come with anything, the dot or the bag or anything?
Oh, I didn't read that.
Like I said, mine came with fixed iron sights that are removable, so that's pretty sweet. And it's got the...
It showed like pop-up sights.
Yeah, they're like A2 sights on mine. Like, so think of like fixed A2 sights like in the front, and then it's got a adjustable A2 like in the with like the flip aperture. So I'm telling you, this rifle, it has really fucking grown on me over the years since I got it. And it's a funny story, like that same uncle that had the M16. He had his FFL dealer license at the time. I'm sure he still has it, but I'm not really sure. I've kind of lost track, lost contact with this uncle a little bit. But it was really cool. Like he got that for me at cost at the time. And so imagine it's like now, you know, remember, I don't know, were you guys into guns around 2013 or whatever, Sandy Hook time frame?
Mhm.
So you remember it was just like now where gun stores were sold out. Like the shelves were empty of ammo. I mean, 40 caliber was like in high demand. It was just a weird time where like you couldn't get anything AK or AR, and everything was at outrageous prices, like $1,000, you know, for your basic gun and or your basic rifle. And like I said, my uncle, it was the same deal. My uncle got me this for like 300 some bucks at the time. Might have been 390 because it was a newish rifle to the market. And like I said, here we are all these years later. At one time, I had a Geisley Super 3-gun trigger in it, and talk about being able to fan the shots off like easily 5 shots in a second. And right now, I can probably. What's that?
I was about to say, around here after Sandy Hook, the AKs weren't really expensive. I think part of the problem with the ARs was everybody was expecting them to get banned.
Yeah, oh yeah, everything was. Well, see, Missouri is a super pro gun state, so that means when we gear up to buy guns, like we really buy the shit out of guns.
Yeah, well, I'm in West Virginia, same deal.
Yeah.
But yeah, around here, the AKs they weren't, the price on those didn't go up. They were the same. They were. That's back when AKs were still cheaper than ARs.
Okay.
It was the AR price that really skyrocketed. And again, I think that was because everybody was afraid they were going to get banned. Everybody was marking the prices up so high because
like I said, that's why I got it. I kind of like I said, I wasn't even interested for it myself. Like at the time, it was just an odd like, I want to get this for my children.
Travis is in the back room.
Oh,
if you want somebody to jump out, I'll jump out for a little bit.
Which Travis are we talking about? Are we talking about the Cook, or are we
P11.
talking about the P11?
You can go ahead. You can go ahead and pop me in the back. I got to do some stuff around the house for a few minutes anyway.
Okay.
Hey, so let's see. Can you guys see right here the little target on the wall?
Yep.
I dry fire kind of a shitload, and that's just one of my random targets taped up around the basement.
So Travis,
yeah, what's up, man?
You did your drawing tonight?
Yeah, Patreon drawing for this evening. Yeah.
I want to talk to the YouTube
Travis?
Army Man Commissioner. This game is fixed.
Yeah,
hey, look, man. Damn, you've been in it for months, man. Look, I can find your soldier if you want to see him. So look, here's all 36
loaded.
of them right
I
there.
never wanted either.
These soldiers are loaded.
What's in that?
It's a little green army man. These are my patrons. If you're a patron of mine, you get your
some kind of
name on your
ammunition. I
soldier.
can't tell.
There you go.
Come on, dude. You're like a 2-inch by 2-inch. There's like 6 different things on my screen. I can't.
He's on a phone. He can't tell what you're holding up.
I'm going to assume that's a 9mm.
He's holding up little green ammo, man.
Oh, yeah,
Little green army man.
What the hell?
This is never enough ammos right here.
I used to play with those when I was a kid. I remember melting them with the magnifying glass and everything.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm scared, Sarge. We're
Dude,
scared, son.
I got a fucking Corona story for you guys. Okay, so I own a diesel truck. Okay, and I own it's like a 17 Ram with the 6.7 liter Cummins. And so I'm like completely out of depth yesterday. And if you're not familiar, that's diesel exhaust fluid, which, you know, EPA emissions crap. But so I have to stop at like a fucking, I don't know, it was like a Napa or somewhere I'm not even familiar with. And I run in there, I get the DEF, I fill up the DEF, and it like if you've never used it, anytime you go to fill up the DEF, it's basically some kind of like they call it bovine urea or some shit, which is just like Latin for cow piss.
Yeah,
and so this and so this shit's highly corrosive, and just not to mention it's just nasty shit. Anyway, so it's always going to spill. Like you never end up getting a good seal with these disposable jugs that you have to fill this crap into your tank with, which is like, I don't know, a 2.5 gallon tank or something at most. And so, no, maybe they're a little more than that. But anyways, I digress. So I didn't end up getting much on my hands, but it definitely spilled. And there was enough on there that I had the feeling of like, ah, shit, I got to wash my hands. And I was able to go into the fucking auto parts store to buy it. So common sense would tell you you can go in there and like wash your hands or something, right? So I fucking go in there and I'm like, and it comes in this giant 2.5 gallon box. And so I go back in and I'm like, hey, can I throw this box away? Yeah, sure, I'll take it. Cool. Can I wash my hands too? Oh, because of the virus, we're not allowed to let anyone use the bathroom. And I was just like, where the fuck am I supposed to wash this cow piss off my hands from this diesel exhaust fluid, dude? And he was like, I'm like, can I get a wet wipe or something, dude? And they're like, I'm sorry, we can't. Like, what the fuck is the going? Has the whole world lost their mind? I was like, you know what? Fucking don't worry about it, guys. I'll take care of it. There was a fucking muddy puddle in the fucking driveway. Like, there's a little grass island. And I was just like, cool, third world country, guys. Fucking muddy puddle and the fucking beautiful green fall grass or spring grass that we have to wipe off. And just like a big fuck you to Napa. And it was just worse shit.
You should have looked at the side of the building to see if there was a spigot, you know, to turn for like a garden hose, and then just turned it on, washed your hands, and walked away.
Oh, this was like easily like a foot of like muddy, like murky water because we just had hard rain. So at least I had that.
And to answer your question, yes, the world is going insane.
It is. It's just fucking stupid. I couldn't wash my hands, even though I just bought that shit there because of a virus. It's just, I don't get it. What was going to happen?
You're already in the store walking around sharing air with everybody.
The germs on your hands are going to stay in their sink.
So wouldn't they die when I washed them for 30 seconds?
Well, you would think that synthetic urine, which is a like massive nasty chemical, would, you know, kill the germs that were on your hands to begin with.
I mean, the whole point is moot when I touched the door and they touched that same fucking door when they came in and nobody disinfected it all day long. So, I mean, we're either going to get it or we're not. This whole fucking thing, social distancing crap is some crap where it's just like someone's either going to cough in your fucking face or they're not.
And that's like the people that are too paranoid to order a pizza. I'm going to go to the supermarket and get my own stuff and make my own food. And, you know, like nobody had ever touched any of that stuff to put it on a shelf.
There's probably a lot more density at your ease.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Walmart keeps selling all this Chinese-made goods and like, you know, you gotta see. That's the weird thing. I wonder, like, conspiracy type shit. Does the Walmart, not like they actually have something to do with it, but does that have a play into the equation? That's like, think about it. America's or America has like a shitload of Walmarts in it, and you know, think about it. Americans shop there every day, and they're in close contact. You're in lines and all that other crap in the aisles, and people don't social distance when you're supposed to. So I noticed they immediately hopped into this. Oh, we're closing early across the store so that we can clean. And is it because you're distributing Chinese goods and fucking people are flocking to your store, and it's just this fucking breeding ground, and people are stocking up, so it just kind of plays into that theory of like, oh shit.
My kids all work at the Walmart here in town, and no, it's that they're just restocking the store. The people are coming in and buying stuff at such a fast rate that they can't stock if there's customers in the store. As soon as they're putting something on the shelf, it's gone.
That does make sense because I haven't bought toilet paper since, but I bought an extra case of toilet paper. We already had, I don't know, three. We had like 3/4 of a case already. And so I bought another, basically like another, whatever I could get. And I walked in there and there was literally a Walmart employee with a fucking pallet going, you get one. And I picked whatever this cheap big bag was. There was only one of them and I was the next guy in line. Just like, cool, I'll take whatever this is.
Just remember
but I suspect that's really going to suck.
Just remember, guys, the Chinese don't want to kill us off because they need our money for interest payments on loans. So if they kill us off, they can get any money. They're already going to probably get defaulted on loans
by firing this airsoft gun.
I think random Hong Kong guy had it right. Donald Trump, don't trust China. China asshole.
Yes.
There you go.
Have you seen that video clip of that guy? I laugh every time I see it.
Steven Crowder plays that a lot.
Yes, he does.
Honestly, I don't go to Walmart. I haven't been to Walmart shopping in so long. And it was
the same way.
way before all this other stuff. When they started, you know, saying, "Oh, you can't have your gun inside the store." Well, then I just don't need to be in your store.
Yeah, I stopped going there too. I was shopping always at like this Price Chopper, which is like a more expensive store.
I go
nicer store. It's farther away.
Walmart here, all the managers know I carry. They don't give a shit. It's like, okay.
well, like they don't care if you're concealed carrying, but my preferred method is open carry. And if I can't open carry, then I don't need to be in your store.
No, I've open carried my M&P compact in there, and the managers know it. They don't care. they just don't care. Like,
It's kind of depend on the Walmart though.
Yeah,
probably.
Well, they got the memo and they posted the memo from corporate, and you're like, the manager. I don't know if it's because my kids work there or what it is, but they don't care.
I mean, that and all of a sudden now they want to demand to see your receipt.
They've done that at our store for a while, but that's just for items that are not in a sack.
Yeah, that's a corporate policy that they're supposed to do that now. They've been doing that for months.
Yeah, but they didn't do it 2 years ago. So, you know, I can understand whose mic isn't working.
Oh.
But yeah, I just stay out of Walmart as much as possible. I don't go there, but that's my opinion.
Mike,
somebody's mic is working. I can hear him say mic check.
Yeah, I don't know who that was. I don't know. Can you hear me?
I hear you just fine, Rich.
Okay. That means mine's working.
Me. Is mine working?
Yeah,
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Good to go.
It's working, man.
So what have you guys been talking about tonight? You've been going for 4 hours.
Yeah, we started off talking about like new gun owners and stuff.
Mm.
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you, FNH.
I like all those videos that the big channels and the smaller channels have been putting out. I mean, I think that's cool that they're doing that. I haven't done one because, I mean, there's already a dozen of them out there anyway, so there's really no point at this point. But there's some really good videos out there for the. I've been getting a ton of comments from people that are watching my cleaning videos saying, "Hey, new gun owner, thanks for the video." You know, because there's a lot of new people out there, man. They're joining the community, tons.
Yeah,
it's good. So maybe a small percentage of them, or some of them will see the light and become Pro 2A people. I don't know.
Hopefully, I wouldn't mind seeing about 40% of them staying.
Yeah. I mean, even if that's the only gun that they buy, as long as they get a little pissed off when they start hearing about restrictions on rights and stuff. I mean,
help us overturn some of the crappy laws that have already been enacted.
Mm-hmm.
It must have been Mr. FNH was having a mic problem or ears problem.
Has he been on with you guys since you started?
No.
I was going to say, man, his battery is this mega battery in his phone. I was like, damn, I can only go like an hour on my little iPhone before the battery dies on it. So
4 hours on a phone, unless he's got it plugged in.
That's spectacular, man.
Well, we're going to be ending up closing this down here pretty quick because my battery on my laptop is down to 7%.
Right. There you go. Just run it to the end, man. Run it to the end. Oh.
We'll bring a laptop too. My battery's fine because I got it plugged in.
Yeah, I don't have mine plugged in.
Do you guys have any discussion at all on like what guns are still out there for sale or anything like that? Do you have a chat on that, or anybody looking at anything new at all?
No, we didn't talk about that.
No.
At my local store,
if somebody's laptop wasn't dying.
At my local store, we still have a lot of guns that are, available.
Yeah, I don't know what they have at the local here. I haven't been in a few days.
Not to FUD out, but where we're moving now. They've got a really nice outdoor range. They've got trap and skeet shooting, blue rock and stuff like that, clay pigeon shooting. So I'm in the market for an over under right now. So I don't know which way I want to go. There's plenty of those for sale.
Yeah.
Go with a 12-20 over under.
See, I was looking at CZ. I was looking at Browning. But then I was just looking at some TriStars. I don't know how much I want to get into this. So before I go crazy and buy an $1,800 over under, I thought maybe I'd pick something up in like the $500 to $700 range and just see, if I enjoy it or not.
Well, for clays, you could even get a semi-auto like Mossberg 930.
It's true. It's true. And that's something I don't have in my collection. I love that. Yeah, the Jerry Michalek version. That thing is sweet, man.
You could always get a KSG 25 with that.
True.
30.
Hey, you know what? We don't have a bag limit on snow geese here in Nebraska, so I mean, that would just be amazing.
25 rounds of 12 gauge with a 30 barrel and a shotgun that's still smaller than a Mossberg 500 with an 18.5 inch barrel.
Isn't that awesome? That's awesome.
And it is choked. It does. So I mean, you can put whatever choke you want on there. I forget what pattern it takes.
The tubes for it, are they proprietary to Keltec, or do they take? I think they call them mobile Benelli or mobile Beretta chokes or something like that. Or
yeah, they take. I forget which pattern it is, but they use one of the other brands' patterns. I don't remember if it's Beretta or Mossberg or Remington, but they use one of those patterns.
Cool, man. Yeah, I'll have to see. I mean, I've always wanted a nice over-under in the collection. I just have a 20-gauge Stoeger Youth model. It's actually my wife's, and we do take that out for doves because it's such a light gun. That thing is great for long trucks and stuff. It's super lightweight. It's got, you can swap out your choke tubes on it if you want to, and that's the only over-under that I have. I've got 2 other shotguns in the collection, but nothing semi-auto.
I know what you could do. Get a Mossberg Shockwave and 20 gauge and use that to the trap.
Yeah, there you go. Hell yeah.
You don't know it was Fred.
Heck yeah, man. That'd be all right. Yeah, I'll kind of look around a little bit before I pick something out. I'll have to see what's good. Now on this one, we always talk about, you shouldn't buy Turkish guns and this and that. It's amazing the sheer number of shotguns that come out of Turkey. I don't think you can buy from a brand and not risk getting a Turkish-made gun.
Well, Mossberg doesn't get Turkey. You might get a Mexican.
They might import a few. I think Mossberg and Winchesters are made in Turkey. All their
Mossbergs aren't. Mossbergs are either made in the U.S. or Mexico.
Okay. Yeah, because there's a lot of companies, there's a lot of American companies that slap their names on it, and then they're actually Turkish made. But I mean, they've been making shotguns for 100 years. I mean, I guess it's not the end of the world, but
Mossberg, all Mossberg branded are made in the U.S. The Maverick brand is made in Mexico.
I thought the Mavericks were made in down on the border. I didn't think they were Mexican made. I thought they were made in. I thought Matt had said they were made in like Brownsville or something like that, or they're one of the border towns. I'll have to look and see. I've got one.
I've seen Mavericks where it was stamped made in Mexico.
Okay.
And it had Mossberg import.
Oh, shoot. Maybe that's something new that they're doing then with those. Andrew Faulkner says, aren't the Mavericks made in Japan? No. The only rifles I think that are made in Japan are like Tika or Howa. Is that right? That are currently imported to the U.S.?
Winchester.
Oh, Winchesters are? Okay. Is it? I think Howas are too, aren't they?
I think that's a Japanese company. So yeah.
Okay.
The Winchester, their lever action rifles are made in Japan. Some of their shotguns are. Some are made in Turkey. Some are made in Japan. The higher tier Winchester shotguns are Japanese.
Yeah. Okay. Andrew says Mossberg has a plant in El Paso, but
well, do we want to start our channel plugs?
Let's do it.
But we just got onto a topic.
Right?
Shotguns 101. Shotguns for the new gun owner, right?
Well, we can always switch over to Travis P11's channel. He can start up a live stream.
No, man, I'm getting ready to hit the hay, man. I've spent about 6 hours on the road today, 7 hours. I'm ready to get some sleep. Oh.
After all the awkward silences, we finally get onto a topic and you want to end it.
Right. It's not wanting to end it. It's going to be
more of a battery issue. Yeah.
the battery dies, and I guess this would keep going on until I was able to reconnect and shut it down.
Yeah.
Andrew says, "Who's going live next?"
Oh man. Yeah, Saturday at 9:00, and I'm already ready to hit the hay, man. I'm so old, but no, like I said, we've been going full speed since about 8:00 this morning. We just got home about an hour ago.
So, Rich, you want to start this off?
I guess if I has to. Tomorrow night, sometime between 8 and 9 p.m. will be This Week Unloaded on the Unloaded Media channel. And check out another channel by the name of Living History Comes Alive, where they talk history and stuff. You got the host of the channel's name is Drew. He's a cowboy reenactor based out of Michigan. And he does a show. Usually it's by himself. Sometimes we'll have a panel.
Hello?
The hell's calling at this time of night? What the hell's my wife calling me for? She's right upstairs. Yeah.
Bring up some toilet paper, quick.
So, DM Foss, we got any videos coming out from you?
Nothing right now. But for mildly entertaining and barely educational videos, check out DM Foss. For gun stuff, for non-gun stuff, check out Barely Practical. That's my B channel.
Will do. Kingpin, you got anything going on?
Thanks for having me, man. Everybody go check out Andrew Faulkner's channel. He's out there in the chat. He's always got some cool stuff on his channel.
Travis?
Yeah, man. I appreciate the invite. Sorry I'm joining in so late, but maybe I'll catch you guys next week. Are you about the same time or what?
Yeah, normally about 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 Eastern.
Okay.
And who knows when we stop?
Okay. When the battery dies, right?
when the battery dies.
We'll have Caliber Corner on Tuesday, not on Monday. On Tuesday, we are finalizing paperwork on our house sale on Monday, so I'm not going to be able to get to a computer in time to do Caliber Corner Monday. So we're going to do it Tuesday, I think at 6:00, and we'll be done before Hit or Miss Tuesday nights at 9:00 starts up over on Night Strike's channel. So Caliber Corner is going to be delayed a day. I'll post a message about that. I'm sure people are probably still going to email me about it, but we're not going to do it on Monday. It's Tuesday. It's already up. Topic's already up. So if you guys want to check it out, Travis P11's my channel. Thanks, man.
Gizzard, what do we got going on for you?
Well, tomorrow morning we've got the early bird chat. So if you want to get up with us early on a Sunday morning, well, relatively early, be 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Central. Come have breakfast with us, drink a little bit of coffee, and chat. We just talk about anything and everything there. And then next Friday, as usual on every Friday, is Foul Territory, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central. And appreciate everybody who watches, and thanks for the invite.
You guys are so welcome. Thank you all for coming on, and I do want to say thank you again for Two Gun Kitty, who was here for a while at the beginning. And everyone, please go check out Two Guns' channel and sub to him. I think he's sitting at 26, 27 subs right now.
Can I finish my plug now?
Yep.
Okay. So I was saying, Drew is a cowboy reenactor based out of Michigan. Sometimes he'll have a panelist on the show with him. Sometimes it'll be Santee from Arizona Ghost Riders, which is another good channel you guys should check out if you like little Western vignettes about different things in the West. Like the video, he releases a new video every Saturday, but this is Santee I'm talking about. This morning's video was on cigars in the Old West, so that's an interesting channel too. So check out both of those channels while I'm thinking about it. Living History Comes Alive and Arizona Ghost Riders.
And I'm going to say thank you again to Mr. F&H for jumping on for a few. It was great getting to hear about his 22 rifle. And again, next Saturday at 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 Eastern, G23 will be back streaming. So, have a good night. And we are ending.
Give him the bird.